Just like, where's to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg? I do have Max Murrow with me. How's it going, Max?
Hey, good. Yeah,
Good.
it's been a while
Awesome.
too. Yeah, your beard has grown.
It has. The beard's grown. The hair's a little longer. We're monetized. There's
Mhm.
lots of. It's all fun. It's all good stuff. I'm just being sure that everything's all kosher with stream. Yep, stream seems to be up and healthy. 5 viewers currently. Nobody's talking to us. There are a couple of people that are actually running shows otherwise that will most likely dump into here as we get going. Darth Hideous says, you finally clicked the live button. About time. Yeah, we're a little late, but I have Max Murrah, so if all people to go
I
late
was a
with,
little late today.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Let's see. Darth is in West Michigan or something. He said once.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's
Nope,
Moose.
you're Lansing.
Hey yo, what's up, Moose?
I can't see anything. But
oh, you can't see chat?
No, like now I can. I can just see comments. Yeah. Because I don't know if I put a YouTube browser, then it.
Yeah, you see that Dart's like, wow, that memory, because you remembered where he's from. You remember you know where everybody is, what everybody's doing.
I don't remember everybody.
Bowie.
Yeah.
Andrea Paxson, what's up? How you doing? Like I said, people are gonna start dumping in here, slowly or whatever.
Usually is there something live on right now, or was?
There's a couple people that are doing things or whatever that usually house the people that have a tendency to come over here, but they'll slowly make their way over here as they start going away.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that the expert is still going, presumably. Like I said, if we get to the point of I set up a full show of news, and then I found out Max was coming, so I kind of canned the news articles for the moment or whatever.
What kind of news are you gonna read?
We're just gonna. I mean, we can talk about some Ohio stuff if you really wanted to.
I don't have anything to say Ohio. I'm just kind of
exactly
just kept an eye on it, and I just kind of thought, wow.
Kind of why I kind of canned it, because I'm like, well, let's just see where everything goes and see how we actually move through the day here.
I mean, we have a memory of other disasters, man-made, natural, and everything else, and so everyone has their how do presidents handle it or don't, and
and
I thought, okay, well,
the current president
open. Ohio voted for Trump, and former President Trump comes in. It's just like, yeah, I'd be surprised if he didn't do it. I wasn't surprised that he, and so that's meanwhile, that whole thing with Ukraine, boy, jeez.
Expert is
in Japan, we have one of these YouTubers. I think they're brothers. They're two top. I don't know how many, but they're very popular in Japan. They're two blonde Ukrainian brothers in Japan, and they have a YouTube channel. And so my son said, "Oh, Dad, because you might want to talk to your I said, U.S. government or about what's happened." And I said, "Well, the two brothers were invited by the NBA as guests or performance or something in Las Vegas. So they went from Japan to the U.S. But one of the brothers was he was traveling, I guess, on a passport that had an temporary extension on it. Was stopped by CBP and I think he may have been denied entry. He questioned for a few hours, and then he was sent back. And then he did some YouTube stream on it, claiming discrimination or something.
Sure.
And so I said to myself, no, this isn't a case of discrimination. One is they're paid. So some work actually requires a work visa, they're doing for compensation. Number two is a lot of countries require that you have a valid visa for a certain period of time. Your visa, your passport might be good for 6 months, but some countries say, look, it needs to be good for at least 18 months or something like that.
Right.
And so any number of things. Another thing is the indication is that they're college students in Japan. Then that's one of the concerns every official will have is, are you possibly coming over here to work illegally? If so, you should. You're not eligible on, say, visa waiver. The visa is waived in lieu of whatever these conditions. And so I don't say it's just. But here's the other thing: you have a lot of these YouTubers, especially that were reporting on I mean, you just get the whole thing, Slava Ukraine, and they're not. Many of them are being very coy about this. These are men.
Okay, so
and they're not
because you actually went
there.
You actually said Ukraine. This is why I actually reached out for you today.
They're doing it from
this guy,
and so you're going. Hey, are you going
something about this that I don't?
Are you going to serve?
It's your country, not mine.
Well, they're being called up. They're being called up, and
you see that?
Oh, that guy's a moron. Oh, okay. By the way, this moron
all in on Ukraine.
Yeah, so this moron, Kishida, the prime minister, he was actually set to meet with Zelensky before or around the time that Biden went over, but he had to cancel it. The reason why is the prime minister's son is having some affair with a Fuji television staffer, and he disclosed confidential or classified information related to national security to this. So with that kind of leak, that was one of the reasons why this guy stayed home. So I don't know what the technically still at war with Russia thing is, but
what's up, conspiracy music? Yeah, let's dig into this a little bit. We'll see what's actually in here and see what they actually have to say. So this is Japanese Prime Minister Kishida Fumio said that on Monday that he will invite Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to participate in the G7 online summit, which begins on Friday. Kishida's government said on Wednesday that it will guarantee a loan of $5.5 billion to Ukraine from the World Bank, fulfilling Kishida's pledge to financial assistance for people who are robbed of their daily lives by the war. Kishida topped off this bout in an all support for Ukraine by proposing that he might visit Kyiv soon. Some Japanese government officials sought to qualify Kishida's talk of visiting Kyiv in the very near future by telling reporters such a trip would be largely symbolic and not truly necessary. But Zelensky invited Kishida to visit Ukraine in January. The Japanese leader was reportedly serious about wanting to accept the invitation. In fact, since he is the only G7 leader who has not been to the Ukraine yet, he had hoped to make the trip before the summit on Friday. The Japanese Defense Ministry on Wednesday pointed out a major obstacle in Kishida's visiting the Ukraine war zone. Japan's pacifist constitution technically does not allow the self-defense forces to provide military protection for traveling dignitaries, even the prime minister. Also, the Japanese parliament is currently debating the fiscal 2023 budget, and it could demand an appearance from Kishida at any time, or even deny him permission to visit Ukraine. Under the Japanese system, there's no way for Kishida to keep a visit to Kyiv under wraps until the last minute, as U.S. President Joe Biden did on Monday. I mean, Joe Biden still did call and let Russia know that they were actually headed that way. So it wasn't that it was, kept under wraps. They actually did come out and they actually said that they did so. Kishida may have to settle for expressing his support for Ukraine by bringing Zelensky into the G7 online summit on Friday, which happens to be the first anniversary of the Russian invasion. Kishida will host the summit from the town he represented as a member of the Diet, which happens to be Hiroshima. The G7 nations will discuss their concerns about Russia, which Japan is still technically at war with. The two nations never formally concluded World War II, in part due to some lingering territorial issues. Japan once again brought up the disputed northern territories, which Russia calls the Kuril Islands, immediately after Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine's ambassador to Japan, Sergei Kursonsky, heightened last week that Zelensky might visit Hiroshima for an in-person G7 summit scheduled in May. Korsonsky told Japan's Minichi that an in-person visit would be difficult to arrange, but Zelensky thinks it might be worthwhile because he wants to show his appreciation for Tokyo's support, and because Hiroshima seems like an ideal venue to discuss Ukraine's concerns about Russia potentially resorting to nuclear weapons. The ambassador encouraged Kishida to visit Ukraine in turn to see with his own eyes what has happened. He pledged that Kiev would do everything in its power to ensure it's his safety. Japan announced on Wednesday it will guarantee a $5 billion World Bank loan to Ukraine with an offer to step in and make the payments if Kiev cannot. Tokyo added $500 million of financial support to top the on top of the loan. So they added $500 million of financial support on top of the loan. Dang. So $5.5 billion. That's a lot of money.
Well, how much do you think the U.S. has already just given beyond loan guarantees?
Oh, they just gave some more. They're over 200
billion.
They're over.
If you had to guess, did you know? Not even a year.
There's something around here. I believe I have an article that actually explains that Janet Yellen just actually went through more money at him. Japanese Finance Minister Shunichi Suzuki. Shunichi Suzuki, whatever, said he would share information about how each G7 member will provide aid while explaining Japan's stance at a meeting of G7 finance ministers, the central bank governors of India, on Wednesday. That's the article.
Hey, that looks like my boy. Look at this. Look at this boy here. You know who this is? That's the son of the prime minister, Shotaro. Okay. So the dad got him a job as executive secretary in the cabinet. Kind of nepotism right there. So he's already, it's not in the news in English, but see this chick, she's kind of cute. Her name is Risa. What's her name? Nakajima or something. She works for Fuji TV. So from end of last year,
Opium says, hello, Max. What happened?
He's been leaking information. He's been leaking classified information to her, and so the thing is, I was looking it up in English, and I can't find it. But everyone knows, and it was just not the leaking of information, but this month, I think there was some of this information that was classified or whatever. Anyways, that was supposed to be the reason why Kishida canceled his another visit. I'm not sure that's the case, but kind of weird. Yeah, what you don't get in the sometimes you don't get that you don't get that up-to-dateness with some of the news. But I thought I made a mistake, but yeah.
Yep, give me a minute.
Oh, do you want Risa's number? Yeah, probably. I have the Fuji TV. Meme Copium wants Risa's number. Let's see.
Meme Copium, thank you for the...
He can just Google it and you can go screenshot it. Where's it go? Yeah. Oh, does it work? Nope. Oh, geez. What happened? Oh yeah, okay.
Meme Copium, thank you for the $1.48.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hi, Meme. I love you very much. Hi, yes. I don't watch your channel all the time, but I'm going to now. Yeah. Yeah. That's great. I don't have any more photos of her. Yeah. Well, there you go.
So, do these islands,
Oh, the Corrals?
these Kuril Islands, are they
They're in
actually
North.
seriously in dispute still since World War II?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're in dispute. And let's see. No, I forgot his name. Not the current national security advisor, not the one before him, but and damn it, I can't remember his name. It was a funny name. He was back in 2018 or so. He was really close to negotiating a deal for the return, and he did a lot of things where he told the counterparts over at Foreign Ministry, no, this is my thing, and he insisted on handling the negotiations himself. And apparently, what it's kind of scuttlebutt is he was really close to getting a return, an agreement. And the Russian side said basically, well, if we do return these islands, you're basically going to give free access to your ally, the United States, aren't you? And the way he responded was kind of like, without maybe saying admitting it. And after that, the whole dialogue conversation went cold. And so he was kind of blamed for it. And that's why he retired. And then Kitayama from the Cabinet Intelligence Research Organization, then he took over. That's what I heard back in 2018. But yeah, that's now what the Sakhalin 2, the gas deal. I think that's still going on with Mitsubishi and up in Russia. I think that's not. You're kind of Japan would be kind of screwed if they pulled out of it. You kind of lose your, a lot of these guarantees. I remember they were based on tenure, maybe based in rubles. I don't know, but end of the day, I think the consort they haven't withdrawn. Mitsui's in there in the consortium. Gazprom, which is a national Russian holdings, like 50% or 51% or something. Yeah, but yeah, with Russia, I don't know if it's in Japan's best interest to jump unconditionally rah on the Slava Ukraine bandwagon. First of all, you invite yourself to getting asked to contribute more. I don't think Americans are happy of over $100 billion plus in under a year, and it looks like it's going to go even more unchecked. And you go, hey, you have. It was interesting because you had, if you can imagine, kind of a return to normal relations. Yeah. Where would you take off from there? Sakhalin 2, energy, those kind of deals. Yeah. You don't see. I don't think it's the case that you're saying, oh my God, yeah, you got to watch what they're going to threat of actually invading. No. Japan's not really. Japan has an ally. They have something better than NATO, and that's with the United States. I don't think that's going to put them in jeopardy. About it.
So, it said something about how much money had the United States actually sent. It said something about Janet Yellen had actually held a meeting. She said that she was going to throw another. Oh, this isn't the article. It actually has the numbers on it. It looked like they were going to throw another bunch of money at and raise it up to like almost $200 billion, whatever that the United States had sent to Ukraine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good response.
Right, would send them some more money because sending more money is it's okay. We it's just pocket change to us. Which is obviously a sarcasm. We is seeking 15. Okay, let's see if I can. There it is. You need to get mom to help you. All right, here we go.
Oh, I see.
Yellen, G7 urged more aid for Ukraine and adherence to Russian sanctions. So then it says finance ministers from the United States and its G7 allies called for more financial support for Ukraine on Thursday and vowed to maintain through sanctions on Russia on the eve of the first anniversary of Moscow's invasion. Speaking ahead of the meeting, the group of 20 nations, blah, 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 Washington was preparing an additional $10 billion in economic assistance.
Okay.
Go talk to mom.
I like that. Okay, there we are. Let's see. I don't know what you're. Is that? Oh, that's not for. Oh, I thought you were reading from my stuff.
So this is the Group of Seven democracies statement.
What is Givens doing? What a piece of shit.
So sorry. This kid waits until the worst time to actually come and want something.
February 19th, I'm going to. No, I just saw somebody I know. He's a lawyer, and he just put an opinion piece out. I didn't realize he had put out. He's a piece of shit for doing it.
Yeah. You got something? I don't care. We can share it.
I'm
Max is stone faced. He's like sitting there by yourself because I went and I muted myself because of my tadpole wanting.
No,
bug me.
Well, I was reading stuff. It was
No, you're fine.
I'm just sending it to these guys. English press. There's that U.S. naval officer who was he's from Utah, Alconis, and he's like 33, and he probably had some medical issue or whatever, and he fell asleep at the wheel or whatever. He had an accident, killed an 85-year-old woman and a 54-year-old son-in-law, and he was criminally prosecuted. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't high. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Anyways, yeah. The U.S. government hasn't done anything. They've probably shouldn't have been prosecuted. I thought it would have been under SOFA. I don't know. Okay. Sorry, I'm done now.
No, you're fine. So it looked as though that article is actually pushing that, the G7 would be pushing for another 39 billion, which, we all know that doesn't come from just one country. Oh, wait, it most likely comes from the United States. I don't know why the United States always has to foot the bill for almost everybody else, but, why not? So we're just going to send more billions and billions of dollars. Looks like G7 is supposed to occur.
it doesn't make it any easier or more palatable, but when you get these numbers, 100 billion, and sometimes you have to break it down. It's kind of like looking at sports contracts. It's say, hey, this guy in MLB or NFL, it's a $20 million contract.
Uh-huh.
Then you realize, well, you break it down. Is that $20 million per year all cash? No. Say 5 years with these sort of things and these sort of commitments. And so you're going to get that with when you get these announcements with aid to any country. I'm not trying to downplay it, because I think that still it's a freaking it's a massive number. In fact, I had a conversation with someone who's he's American, he's in his late 50s, and he's reasonably educated, and I just asked him, I said, do you know how much the US has put out to Ukraine in this, it's not even a year? And I just said, look, and I confessed, if somebody had asked me, I wouldn't have known. I would have, put out a big number, 4 billion, 5 billion, 10, 40 billion. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, let's go with, I think he went, let's go with 40, because that's pretty big,
Mm-hmm.
Then I said, hey, it's over 100 billion. And no, I had to be kidding. He went, looked it up. And I said, look, if you break it down, what was the number for, Afghanistan over 20 years? This is 2.3 trillion, something ridiculous. If we make fun of primitive tribes who've never seen a white man or other civilized humans in the Amazon, oh, those tribes, they can't count past 10 or stuff like that. But I think just honestly, when you get to super large numbers, we get confused. Billions and trillions, hundreds of millions. They're all pretty large, and I don't think I have that discrete function in my head where, yeah, I know the difference. Oh, yeah. And people who make decisions on that, they kind of know that. Yeah, it's a big number. It's bigger than 1 million. Yeah. Oh, that's the article I sent you. The one on PONUS. Okay. Now I realize. What did you do to your tadpole? Where is he?
I sent him out the room. he went back out to his mom. Yeah. He has a mom, so he doesn't need to be around me all the time. He's with me all day, every day.
He's going to remember this, because I'm going to remind him. I said, hey, kid, you remember in February? And you might not be old enough to remember, but your dad sent you out? Yeah. Kidding.
I mean, it could be that way anyway. So then here's the article that you just sent me. It says U.S. pressure on Japan to free jailed naval officer is misplaced.
I don't agree with the guy who wrote this. I know him. And I was like, I looked at this and I thought, why the hell did you write this?
Because he maybe did a little bit of research and he might know a little bit about almost nothing.
No.
So let's see here. So Stephen Gibbons is a corporate lawyer, adjunct professor of Keio University Law School in Tokyo. U.S. Senator Mike Lee is threatening Japanese Prime Minister Kishida that he will put Tokyo's security arrangements with Washington under congressional review unless an imprisoned Navy officer is released and allowed to return home by the end of the month. Put aside the recklessness of threat by Twitter post, no less, to upset security arrangements with America's strongest Asian ally over the alleged mistreatment of individual citizens. Ignore the arrogance of assuming it is the power of the Prime Minister to overturn the verdict reached by the independent court. The underlying premise of Utah's Republican salvo that Lieutenant Ridge Elkonis is unfairly and discriminatorily serving a 3-year sentence for negligent driving when a Japanese citizen would have escaped prison time is mistaken. Lee, a former U.S. Supreme Court clerk with a distinguished career as a litigator and federal prosecutor, should get his facts right. In May 2021, Alcones, um, then a 33-year-old U.S. Naval Academy graduate stationed to a ship base in Yokosuka Naval Base,
Yeah.
fell asleep at the wheel and drove his car, in which his wife and 3 children were passengers, into the parking lot of the Soba restaurant at the base of Mount Fuji, 120 meters above sea level. Akona's um, vehicle piled into parked cars and struck and killed an 85-year-old woman and her 54-year-old son-in-law. The woman's daughter was not injured. Under Japanese law, traffic accidents resulting in simple negligence can be and frequently are criminally prosecuted. I mean, the guy, killed somebody. So I mean, as far as that goes, I mean, I don't see why say, oh, release him because he's a naval officer. Well, he did something wrong. Maybe he shouldn't be released. I really don't see how would a Japanese citizen actually be released for something like this? The way they're stating it,
Um,
like if you went and you did the same thing,
yeah.
wouldn't you be hung?
If it was an accident, he wasn't drunk. Look, you have people like Caitlyn Jenner. She killed somebody with a SUV, right?
Right.
Make jokes about it, about their driving. So you can have.
Are they treating this guy anything different than they would a regular, normal citizen of Japan?
Well, okay.
It sounds like Mike Lee's trying to say they are.
Oh my, yeah. Okay, so Mike Lee kind of sent out these tweets a couple weeks ago, and they're kind of crazy tweets. They were supportive. My friend said supportive for the naval officer, but kind of not getting the geopolitical implications in perspective. But it was one of the things was I need to check was there's allegations that one of the deceased persons was politically connected to somebody important, which is why you had such a strict such a reaction, right? Also, there was one in 2019 that he cites, that Given cites. There was an 87-year-old retired civil servant. I mean, he had this award. He was a kind of a famous person, okay? And he accidentally hit the accelerator into the brakes of his Prius. He just plowed into a crowd and killed a mother and child and injured 9 people. And he claimed that the car, it suddenly accelerated, like those Audis were supposed to have. But that actually didn't seem to be the case. So for the longest time, there was this non-prosecution, and people were, and you're also, they were very, very cagey about not publishing his identity or his name and everything. To this day, you can't find the Japanese, the wiki doesn't indicate the guy's name. And they gave him a, finally, I think with the public pressure, unchecked, they would have done nothing. They give him a 5-year sentence, But yeah, it could have been, in this case, it was, Alcones was, there's another thing, was he could have, I don't know if he would have been protected under SOFA or whatever. I have no, I don't know that. But in any event, yeah.
You can, these couple paragraphs actually cover that case, that 2019 case that you're just speaking of.
Yeah.
And when you get down here further, it says too many Westerners. It will seem unjust that Alconis would likely be a free man today if he had been lucky enough to have limited the damage from his conduct to a single death. Japan's criminalization of negligence without criminal intent reflects an ancient eye for an eye morality, like that found in the Old Testament in the Code of Hammurabi. Lee may not like it, but it happens to be law in Japan. Is eye for an eye really a thing in Japan?
No. Where's he saying this? Oh, that's funny. Okay, I should have read Steven's article more. I'm not.
No, you're fine. we can digging through it's fun because when you look at it, and you're like, really? Japan's saying that they have an eye for an eye
negligence without
morality.
criminal. Okay, negligence, criminal intent. Does it discern between that? I mean, I don't know.
So this is another factor that may be tipped to the balance of the direction of the prison sentence, is that O'Connor's claims that he fell asleep at the wheel as a result of a sudden unexpected attack of altitude sickness after driving in the foothills of Mount Fuji, a claim that both the trial court and appeals court found unconvincing after extensive examination of the evidence. I mean, it is a thing, that you can actually, feel ill after,
Yeah, no, actually, he had a
changes,
certain condition, and I can't remember what it. But I don't think it was. I don't think it was. But I think it was similarly rejected.
This is,
yeah,
whether his drowsiness was a result of lack of oxygen or an altitude of mere 120 meters or simple fatigue, the evidence was clear that he was swerving in the lane for some time before the fatal crash, but continued to press on. Under Japanese law, failure to pull aside and stop in such circumstances is an aggravating factor that often leads to an imposition of criminal sentence. Alcona's supporters, though, say he was denied a complete medical examination after his arrest that might have supported his claim of illness and have protested the conditions under which he was detained and questioned. Too many Japanese, however, his complaints would likely sound like an expectation of a preferential treatment. Meanwhile,
you know what the family already paid $1.65 million to the family.
Really?
Yeah, and who is the family? That's what I'm wondering. Is yeah, they're. I'll find it in Japanese. But apparently the family, there's some connection, and that could have also factored into it.
I promise you, we're not giving up. Okay.
My kids are counting.
What's that sound?
This little video here, it's just Joe Biden having an interaction with Brittany O'Connor's, the wife of the wrongfully detained Navy vet. It's just like, well, I mean, it seems as though he might not be wrongfully detained if that's the case. But I promise you, we're not giving up. I promise you, we're not giving up. She says, okay. My kids are counting on you. Of course they are. And he's got this big smile. He's like, kids? You said kids? Congress also included a special measure continuing Alconis's pay and benefit during his imprisonment in a spending bill passed in year end. But the facts simply do not support the charges that Alconis was a victim of double standard of justice stacked against foreigners. The reality is that there are dozens of Japanese serving time for similar instances of intentional negligence behind the wheel. Lee said Lee should be ashamed of bullying an ally based an ill-informed smear against its justice system. So I mean, obviously this guy doesn't, whoever this
No, you know
this
what? I'm looking
Stephen
at
Gibbons
the.
is.
Okay, I'm. It's in Japanese. Okay, so I'm looking at the Japanese law for specifically dangerous driving causing death. Ken unten chishi something. Okay, what the fuck? And there have been some revisions. They revised the criminal code in 2001, 2013. And they said punishment. In addition, dangerous driving causing death, which is judged to be intentional, is punished with additionally with as homicide under Article 199 of the Penal Code, instead of the whatever they call car driving punishment law. And in this case, the statutory punishment is death, life imprisonment, or fixed term imprisonment of 5 years or more. And I'm wondering which one that they.
Yeah, it doesn't really state which one they actually.
So they indicate that they don't have that there's no distinction or the concept mens rea in this. I don't think Stephen is correct. In fact, that would be if they did charge and convict Lieutenant Alconis on this Article 199 as a homicide, and what did they not sentence it for 5 years? Then that would be weird, because then they would have said, okay, you've intentionally done this, where there is an allowance in this for let's see, in each category stipulated in Act 2 of the Dangerous Driving Causing Death Act, imprisonment with work for 15 years or less causing injury, imprisonment with work for a fixed term of 1 year or more causing death, imprisonment with work penalties for 12 years or less for quasi-dangerous driving, blah, blah, blah. Manslaughter is punishable by imprisonment for not more than 15 years. Oh, unlicensed driving. And yeah.
I'm reading the stripes.com article that you threw in there real quick, just to see if there's.
Oh, that was back earlier this month. Yeah.
It's not really. That still doesn't really say if he actually got a certain amount of time.
Yeah, they do. I mean, there's also an issue with if you cause a fatality while ill, and more for licensing, what they can disqualify you for your license or the right to drive. In Japan, they have 6 conditions, medical conditions, specific diseases, schizophrenia, where it affects your ability to drive, epilepsy, if it, I don't know what recurrent syncope disorder is. What is that? It's what's it in English? Syncope is passing out. Okay, fainting disorder. Oh, actually, this guy's lawyer was, I guess I don't know, is it a actual reflex syncope? There's different reasons. Yeah. This is what this guy could have had. So, hypoglycemia, manic depression, and sleep disorder. But actually, syncope disorder probably would fall where it covers a broad category causes. Basically, it's known as fainting or passing out. Anything that causes you to lose consciousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a neurological or cardiological condition.
Sure. I see Thermal says he was convicted of negligent driving resulting in death and injury, act of punishment or acts of inflicting death or injury on others by driving a motor vehicle, etc. Act number 86 of 2013.
Oh,
I mean, it still
that.
still doesn't say how long he actually got. He just says what he was actually convicted of. It's like is this a life imprisonment? Is this not a
No,
life
he got
imprisonment? I mean,
Ridge. Oh, sorry. What did he get? He got a 3-year prison term. I thought it was 5, but he's got a 3-year term.
3-year term.
And
Okay. And how many years ago did this happen?
last year, sorry, the accident what happened in May 2021, and the trial was he was convicted in October 2021, and he lost his appeal last July on the 22nd. So he's been in prison since September 2022. So he's been in prison since last September.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they. So technically, he's only been in there for 5 months. Has he not been held since he was initially?
Yeah, I guess it wasn't.
So if he wasn't held and he was just finally sent into prison in September or whatever, so that means he still has what 2.5 better part of 2.5 years.
Yeah, unlike the States, I don't. In the U.S., usually when you get a prison sentence, and then you can assume like good behavior. Say you had you in the pretrial information, you indicate substance abuse, and then you go through your kumbaya substance abuse 12-step program in prison, and then that's how and why. Sometimes 12 years, you get out in 9 or something like that. In this case,
Sure.
3 years. Yeah, but I don't think Japan has
So
that.
So is there a good time? So would he actually get out a little early if
I don't think so.
you want? Okay.
Well, you get other things like you get a guy. What was his name? Montague, Edward James Montague. What's his last name? Anyways, he had a 10-year sentence for cocaine, but he has a connected British family, and you have these people saying, "Oh, he went to a good school," and all this, and so they let him go back to the UK to serve out his sentence. And I think there was a swap deal. There's a convicted rapist, a Japanese guy. You can't put his name. He kidnapped a Caucasian. He was a director of Nomura Securities in London. Kidnapped a white stewardess, maybe British Airways. Raped her over 4 days, made her beg for her life and everything else. And so he was allowed to come back. He's back in Japan, and my guess is, if you check where he is, I don't think he's. I think they probably let him go. And that's hold on. Forget his name though. Oh yeah, it's no more. The guy's name is Takahiko Ogihara. He was if you oh, you can't put this up on YouTube, but I'll show you a quick summary
Okay.
in the private chat, and then you could there might be an article. But this guy is probably out and free right now. So this summary. But you see this headlines. Banker raped air stewardess over 4 days, March 14th, 2018. A Japanese banker repeatedly raped an air stewardess in his home in Marylebone, central London, a court was told. Takehiko Ogihara, 40, an executive director at Nomura International, dominated the woman physically, and other headline goes, rapist banker made victim bow and apologize and do chores in 4 days. Yeah. So he was sentenced for 11 years in 2018. I think maybe last year. Yeah, I'd heard that they probably let him go and technically serve out his term in Japan. But I think when he gets here, they go, oh, you can go. You're free. Yeah. The amazing thing is, if you look for this article in Japan, no newspaper will publish this article. It's not Nomura, Yale graduate. You can get it in English, but yeah, they've effectively blacked it out. But what I sent you shows everything. It shows his alumni. He was his classmates and everything else. And yeah. The guy who's probably gone, he was Edward James Montague Reed. Can't remember if it's R-E-I-D or R-E-E-D. Yeah, but when he was arrested in this guy, Eddie Reed, he was like a 43 back then in 2017, so I can't do math very well. 6 years ago, I guess, roughly 6 years ago, 5.5 years ago, they had like 239 grams of Coca-Cola, 92 grams of meth, shabu, and it's kind of funny. They arrested him. Oh, he was very, very enterprising. He was using Bitcoin. But I think he was one of the guys, kind of like an exchange program, and they've done this with other convicts here, usually drug trafficking. Oh, if they win an appeal and they're allowed to, in this program, allowed to serve their sentence back in their home country, then they go back, and in a lot of cases they're released early. They wouldn't have been if they remained here in Japan. And Japan does the same. I mean, there's a real infamous cannibal guy, creepy guy. I think he's still alive. His name is Issei Sagawa. And this is like decades ago, right? And he was in 1981. He's murdered 8 and necro-raped this woman, Renee Hartfeld, in 1981. And he's just a weird guy. And he's like 4'9", so he's like a dwarf. Oh, he's dead. Good. Okay. No, he's not. Is he? Oh, he died last year. All right. That's great. November 24th, he died last year. Okay. Oh. So that's a really good, but it's just a creepy guy. But here's the thing. After he was arrested, I can't remember if it was in Germany or in France, because his family was connected and wealthy, the French authorities agreed to deport him to Japan. And then they put him into the psychiatric hospital in Tokyo called Matsuzawa. Then all the psychologists, not psychiatrists, said, oh, he's sane. And his sole reason was because he was hentai, which is, hentai is Japanese for perversion, right? And they let him go. Yeah. and he was free.
I see Susie's here. She's like, so if you're connected to someone in politics and some such, you can get away with loads of things. Yeah, I mean, it's been proven. Look
Yeah.
at Hunter. Look at Hunter Biden.
Oh no, I had
Look at several people that are tied to any other politician that's done things or whatever, and how they get away with it.
well, I probably even mentioned on the drunk street, but the grandson of former Speaker of the House was here back in 2004, and initially, actually, it came up that there he was this guy had been assigned as under this Japan English teacher program in Kyoto, and he was in a closet with a first grader girl. They estimated for about 30, 20 minutes. And then when they opened the cupboard, her panties were around the ankle, and he claimed they fell by themselves. So detained. It initially got some minor reportage by local stuff, but then there was just the flurry of action with the U.S. Osaka Consulate General. There was what was his name? Danny Russell was the guy in charge, and the Japanese side. And they go, oh, this would be bad for publicity. So he was allowed to leave. He wasn't charged. He was allowed to leave. His name was Daniel Baker, and he was allowed to leave. And the family of the girl were forced by the government to take $75,000 from the Baker family, and they would not allow charges to be pressed. And I think Daniel was probably so he used his mother's maiden name for a while, got his MBA. But in 2005, I think his late grandfather, Howard Baker, actually called Charles Prince, who was the head of Citibank at the time. And the whole thing was that it got passed all the way down, was to say Daniel had been in Japan, I may have got the date right, maybe 2005. Look it up. I think he graduated 2005 from University of Tennessee. His dad was a speaker at Convocation. And I know a guy. He was a senior vice president, which is just a title. It's not like a corporate thing. And he had to do a telephone interview, and he didn't know about the backstory about it. So before I let him know what I knew, I let him tell me that. He goes, yeah, the guy was kind of a real milquetoast, he'd been here, but wanted to come back. And I don't care how his grandfather had arranged his interview. I just couldn't pass him on the next level. So I dinged him. And then I told him what I knew. And he was like, oh my God, I'm glad I dinged him. And I said, yeah, but if you tell the story, I guarantee you're the guy who's going to get fired. You're the guy who's going to get warned, and cautioned, and yeah. So that girl, that alleged victim, would have been what in 2000? If you do the math, it's kind of bad at it. Would be in their early 20s right now. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of easy. There's just any number of cases you can pick that you don't see because they don't come to light. And yeah, that's most of it. Yeah, even where's another one? I worked pro bono on a case where there was another molestation case of a 4-year-old girl. But this is another American who's a son of senior official, Homeland Security, but also reserve U.S. Army judge. Yeah. And not him, but his son. I don't know if he was aware of it, but yeah. In the end, nothing was done. But the weird thing was this freak, he was really into, of all things, Sega. He was really into, what is that? Sonic the Hedgehog? Yeah. And it was just it was just kind of weird. He was because at the time, actually, I was an advisor to just a bit earlier to the president of Sega, and I never really thought about it. I'm not into content or gaming or anime, but later when Meme, he's done this series of this excellent coverage on this character Chris Chan. It's only because of Meme I realized, wow, this character Chris Chan is obsessed with Sega and making his own character, and it apparently had been writing to Sega saying, "Hey, you should give me a right," or something with his own Sonichu stuff. And yeah, it was that's kind of funny. Yeah, have you ever seen or read coverage of this Chris Chan character? You probably
Yes.
don't.
You know where I got most of that from? This guy that's coming walking in the door right now. Copium.
How could you
Oh,
forget
hi.
that Sonic's arm is not that color?
What?
How's it going, guys?
Hey,
Yeah, you're talking about
Josh,
Christian Listen Chandler. Yeah, I had to come.
It was so freaky because thanks to you, yeah, that's the only reason I started putting it was clicking like, wow, this is weird. It reminded me of this other guy who was he'd been obsessed with Sonic the Hedgehog. I should look him up and see where he is,
Chris Chen? He's like
no, this other guy, this other
yeah,
Roper.
Sonic is actually really the thing with Sonic the Hedgehog is it's one of those like genres that just has a large amount of weirdos, and you can prove this very easily. Like I challenge anyone in the chat to do this. Actually, if you type in your name plus the hedgehog, like if I go to Google image search, right now,
we did that. Yeah,
Josh the
they
hedgehog.
Don't have me.
They don't have Max. They definitely have Max the hedgehog. I can guarantee you they do.
Really? Well, that if it exists, it's just because
if you have a proper name,
somebody has illegally taking stuff out of our Gartic phone sessions.
Who could that be? Who could that be?
Gartic phone. You violated the trust.
We have.
I love Gartic phone. I love Gartic phone.
People try and play it like us, but nobody plays it like us.
Oh, we played it the other night and we freaking killed it.
Okay,
it's so much fun.
No, it wouldn't have been as good as that one, but
it will never be as good. Because when you say you fucking killed it, it means you tried. We don't try. We just do. It's a state of mind. We have an unfair advantage with Jack Daniels and Jim Beam. I don't care, but it is the moment you start thinking like, oh, one day I might run for a political office. You cannot play Gartic phone. That's why we have the best art.
True.
That's why I've never invited Danny Ann onto the drinking streams, because I really like streaming with Danny. She's quite busy. She's got a real job these days, so she's responsible. She has a family. But like I told her that like when we streamed the first time, I was like, I'd love to have you on for a drinking stream, but just don't come on because it won't be good for any like potential future aspirations you have. But no, she's great. Hopefully she'll do some more streaming.
She's funny. She's cool.
Yeah, she's got a really interesting like if you ask her about her backstory, it's fascinating. Truly fascinating.
I like that.
What are you guys talking about apart from Sonic's the Hedgehogs?
Car accidents and car accidents. Oh yeah, and child gropers, suspects. That's what I was talking about for the past 20 minutes, I think. Aren't you going skiing today?
No, that's tomorrow.
Okay. Yesterday in Japan, it was the emperor's birthday, the new emperor's birthday, right?
Really?
Yeah. You didn't know. That's why it was okay. So I know you don't get out very much, but that was the national holiday because the new emperor was born on February 23rd. The previous emperor was born December 23rd. Yeah, 2-3. And
I was trying not to be too clickety clack in the background.
It's okay. I do that all the time. People want me to get a quieter keyboard. And then in Japan, you have the anniversary. I don't know how many years. They call it the 226 incident. There was kind of this assassination attempt. This is pre-war, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's all these good things coming down for what is generally a short month. And yeah, I know. Koolfrogg doesn't say, I don't give an F for all this Japanese stuff because I know Koolfrogg. All he's thinking about right now is what he could do for content for Black History Month, because we only have less than a week. Isn't that right?
Waste time.
Yeah, I that's what I'm looking at you, Koolfrogg. That's what you're thinking. Yeah, how can I do more?
Let's get a couple people from Japan in here. Let's talk about Japan and all the stuff that's happening there. You know, because there's
is
so
anything
much
happening in Japan? I had the Coon Burger. Did you see that, Koolfrogg?
You had what?
The Coon Burger. Like that. Like they've got this Burger King. The big Yeti burger. It's a 1 pound burger. Do you want me to show you? It's actually pretty good.
Holy shit.
But it looks. I mean, I can show you what it actually looks like and what it actually looks like on the paper. But it's like 2,400 yen for the set. It was terrible value. But you know, apart from that, it was all right. Let me see. Where's my photo of that thing? I found Max's house too.
Found my house? Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I found your house.
Which one?
Well, the cage that I keep you in.
I have many houses.
Yeah, I'll share my screen for a moment. Present, share screen. Is it screen one?
Damn it,
No, screen
there it is. Hold on. I lost
people. Here you go.
I don't see it.
This is what it actually looks like. That's why I call it the Coon Burger, but it's like each one of these patties is like a quarter pound. So it's like they put 4 quarter pounders onto a Burger King burger, and they've just got white sauce and cheese. It's so messy.
They should call it a bukkake burger. That's, I think.
Well, that's the funny thing about when people come to Japan, because bukkake actually just means like to sprinkle on top, basically. So you can actually order like noodles.
Splatter.
Yeah, so like you can order like udon bukkake, just means like an udon noodles with a bunch of like little crispy things in it, like tempura flakes essentially.
So, my wife came home a month ago from work or whatever. Did she say, hey, I bet this guy, he had a shirt on and it said something about bukkake? He wouldn't explain it to me. Will you explain it to me what it actually means? I had to sit there. I seriously like broke up laughing. I had to wait like 20 minutes before I could actually explain it to her. And I explained it to her, and she's just like, "What?" I'm like, "It's just to put on top of something else." They use the word wrong here in the States. They really.
Well, no, it also means the same as in America. It just means both of those things.
Now, here's the thing actually that's come up is. There was there I didn't realize it myself, and but I think in English when you talk about a certain kind of prawn, you call it hentai, right?
Do they?
Yeah. Oh, okay. There's a scene in The Office where Michael's trying to get Stanley, the black guy, to do something, and Stanley's going like "F off," and suddenly the magazine he's pretending to read, all these little cards of naked girls fall out, and then Stanley's kind of defending himself, and he goes, "It's called hentai. It's art," and you're laughing, and people will. My son explained, like Americans, grad students will explain, okay, it's hentai, but actually in Japan, the use of the word hentai is more of a adjective, like to say, if you are a noun, if you're a hentai, it means you're just a dirty old man. You're perverted. We're teaching you how to the art of hentai. Yeah.
Well, interestingly enough, I was walking through Osaka 2 days ago. Actually, it was the same day that I went to go get the Coon Burger. And have you ever seen those girls? So sometimes what you'll get is these girls that are selling their own like porn DVDs. But like it's like a promotional thing. It's like really weird because it was like this girl dressed up in like a cosplay outfit, and she had a big sign, like a wooden placard, and it said like ecchi DVD, like, and where to buy it and the price. It was like 500 yen. Have you seen those around?
I don't know. Tell me her name and her site, and then maybe I will know her. Yeah.
It's really bizarre to see, But like so, like etch means kind of like sex in Japanese. Yeah.
Though in Japanese slang also, if you see the English word H, so that it sounds like etch, it means just like what is it? Sexy time. Yeah.
Actually, interesting story. I guess not that interesting, but I used to work at a place called Echigawa. So Aichi is pretty close to where I used to live in Japan. But when they pronounce it in this way, it was just changed from Aichi to Echi. So I literally used to work at like the sexy river, essentially, or the sex river, Echigawa, because gawa means river. So and it was also the worst. This is when I was a teacher. It was the worst high school in Japan, more or less.
Oh, okay.
Do they have OnlyFans in Japan? Of course they do. Japanese people are the biggest simps. Like VTubers, the plague of VTubers essentially started in Japan. Like people would just, be giving cash out like crazy. And then like the Americans kind of figured out that they could cotton on to this like little VTuber grift thing. And, more power to them. But
with
the Japanese is a problem. All I'm saying is, 2 bombs potentially not enough.
Not even in porn, just these middle-aged, fully grown-ass men who are simping for these idols, right? This is interesting because in a time where you go, the CDs, selling a CD was no longer kind of commercially viable. These guys that were marketing these idols, they could lip sync or whatever, really were smart. They would put out all these CDs, unique CDs, different labels and everything else. Same stupid song. And so these simps would go and make sure they'd buy every single one,
This is essentially what I saw. I'll share my screen again, just so you guys see what I'm talking about. It's like this. It's really cringe to see in the streets. So it's kind of like this. So like they're kind of selling their DVD. It's just so sad.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is actually an AV model or something, though. Like she's selling it. I'm not sure.
Is it?
No, it says Konami, so it's probably not. It's probably like a virtual dating sim or something, because I don't think Konami has any AVs, but it's definitely a DVD. But it was basically like this. It was just a girl, and she had her own but it said like ecchi DVD, and it was like 500 yen. So, which way do you want to go for the 481 or the more expensive premium 500 yen one, which is about $3-4 for Americans.
Oh my god, and she's wearing a school uniform too, isn't she?
Yeah.
that is a school uniform. She's probably not a student.
America shirts, get your butt in here.
I have a school uniform.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to Shirts in ages. How's it going for them?
Where is he?
I haven't talked to him all week.
Damn.
Let's go.
Has he been arrested? Yes.
I hope not.
Japanese people. But Japanese people still use DVDs quite a bit. Like, if you go to Akihabara, there's some very perverse stores. And when Andrew was over in Tokyo, I was showing around just so we could show exactly where the fun stuff is. They'll actually have shops that say no women allowed past this point at various hentai stores, because if they let women go up there, the otaku guys, like the nerdy guys that go there, will not buy anything. And it's funny.
Yeah, they'll lose their shit.
Yeah. It's like 7 levels of like a building, and the first level is like anime figurines and just comics and manga and stuff. And then as you get higher in the building, it gets progressively more perverse. It's actually insane. And then the top floor is literally like just a bunch of like dolls, and the sign saying "Please no slap the titties." But it's everybody goes up there and just starts slapping them around. But that's the level that women aren't allowed on. It's so funny though. It's funny. It's funny.
No, I think you've basically
really degenerate, and it is. But if you go there ironically, it's okay. That's the trick. Like, we're not going there to buy anything. We're just going there to laugh at how funny it is and how perverse it is. But then level 5 is like all the stuff for all the girls. Like, they've got all the boy love stuff, which is really cringe as well. Just it's almost as bad as the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. You've just created this successive generations of dysfunctional adults. Yeah, there was this really hideous murder. What was his name? Miyazaki, in the 80s or 90s. Do you remember? Did you ever cover that? He was a
what was it about?
And he kidnapped Miyazaki killed kids.
Miyazaki.
There's America shirts.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Joe Biden is hentai.
Japan is very well. Joe Biden is, yeah. Have you seen this new all the Joe Biden versus Trump like video game memes that they're generating through like LED? Those are so funny.
Several of those.
I love the Overwatch ones, or the one where they're playing Pokemon versus each other. That's the best one. I'll send it over to Frog if he wants to show us sometime.
Okay, here's the guy that was decades ago. He's been executed. Tsutomu Miyazaki. He is not a famous animator. He was born in 1962, was executed in 2008. So he murdered at least 4 young girls in the Tokyo area, just right at the end, 88 to 89. But he did a lot of other freaky stuff. His nickname was the Otaku Murderer because he had the collection of prawns and horror videotapes, and he was kind of, what do you say? He's spoiled by his parents, so he was in his room and all this. He was like a kind of an incel weirdo, and you're going, okay, yeah, a freak. But in a weird way, I would say it was especially strange back then that you had these kind of dysfunctional, sociopath. There's a lot more potential like him, not the murdering, but the lifestyle. I think there's a lot more like him. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like a Japanese Nick Fuentes?
Oh, before that,
there was some like white nationalist guy that was living in Japan, and he would jump on all those streams like back in the day. I think he lived in Nara, like not too far from me actually. I can't remember his name though.
Oh, okay.
But he was really, really popular, and he's getting a lot of money on Patreon.
Oh,
this
really?
is the one, yeah.
What is this that you put in here, meme? Trump versus
this is amazing.
Pokemon.
Now this is a team. This is definitely going to give Donald a run for his money. Let's get this started.
Jesus Christ, Joe, what took you? You think watching 1 or 2 of those Wolfie videos is going to win you this game?
Oh, come on, Donald. I'm new to the whole team building thing. What about your team, huh, Donald? Holy shit, which VGC tourney did you rip this team off of?
I didn't rip shit,
hell,
Joe.
boy?
I didn't rip shit. I built a wall, Joe. You don't think I know how to build a team?
Nope, just found it. It's from the 2023 Orlando
Oh, that's
Regionals.
so cap, Joe. That's cap.
I've got
Fake
it
news.
right here.
Fake news.
I've got it right here.
You hear this guy?
Want the
Who does this guy
fucking
think he
poke
is?
Whatever, Donald, this is going to be the freest rating of my life. Start the goddamn battle.
You want the timer on, Joe? You feeling sleepy today or what?
Holy shit, Donald, just start the battle. Now this is a team. This is definitely going to get...
I'll show you another. There's like a really good one, which is between Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro when they're talking about the old beach, or the beach that makes you old. That's in chat now. That was really funny.
I remember this. With this Miyazaki, this mass murderer. What if you find the wiki for him? One of the things he did was when he went on trial, he started talking a bit crazy, and he said, "Oh, he blamed Ratman," and I'm going to read this. An alter ego who he claimed forced him to kill, and he spent all his time during the trial drawing Ratman in cartoon form. So when you started explaining Gino's great videos on Chris Chan and Sonichu, that's I was like, whoa, it is really freaking similar,
Yeah, no, there is like certain fan bases that just attract like these people that are like completely dysfunctional, and Sonic for some reason happens to be one of them, and we've theorized about why this is, and it may just be the simplicity of drawing Sonic, because anyone can kind of draw Sonic very easily, and maybe it's like the golden ratio is kind of like Sonic's head or something, so maybe it's like something like inherent to humans, but it's something about Sonic the Hedgehog specifically that just attracts all the degenerates. It's really quite crazy.
So why do you like it, meme?
Because I can go fast. Do that speed dash. That's amazing. But Max, would you want to be ratatouille'd, by the way?
What's the ratatouille? I saw.
Like, would you like a little rat to sit on your head and teach you how to cook and stuff? Like, do you want to be ratatouille'd?
I think this is a trick question. It's kind of like being teabagged or something, right?
No. Like honestly, like the movie, like the movie Ratatouille.
I don't know.
Like, you have a little mouse. It doesn't have to be cooking. It could be anything.
No. I don't
actually,
want anybody's.
I'm just
No.
Nobody's honest is going to be on my head or near this part. Yeah.
But you could teach you something. Like if you can't cook, the rat can teach you how to cook. If you want to dance or you want to play the violin or anything, you could be anything. Could be any of your skills could be Ratatouille. You could be like a hacker, Ratatouille hacker.
Yeah, that would be so weird. Yeah, somebody on my head or in your head or.
It's not somebody. It's a rat.
Okay. Who are you talking to, Max? Nobody.
Oh well.
Yeah.
So that's a no then on the Ratatouilleing.
Absolutely. A lot of the things I want to do, I just want to
Absolutely.
myself. Yeah. Why? What are you selling? Is this a new program that you have?
No, I'm just.
No.
It's just no. This is actually one of the arguments that
teaches
the
you how to
weird
cook
AI
and
generations has.
How to and yeah,
You can actually see Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro arguing about Ratatouilleing for about an hour and a half. Oh, no,
Really?
not an hour and a half. Sorry, it's like a minute or something.
What are they talking about? Like
being ratatouilleed.
no, it's not Ratatouille. There's something else. Tell me what it is later. But
no, like
a rat or
hold on,
having a little earpiece, like
Yeah, I guess you could kind of consider like people with earpieces being ratatouilled. This is I'll link the Ratatouille conversation in the private chat.
Rat in the hat. Okay, let me. Oh, what's this link?
There you go. Just click on that one in the private chat, Max. The rat story.
Where's the rat? There's something about rats. Oh, you know what? I gotta. I sent it to somebody. Who did I send it to? Hold on. Oh, I sent it to Andrew. Okay, I should post it. You know what happened? Yesterday, China came out with this study with rats, and it was kind of stupid. But why did they do it?
Okay.
Okay. Basically, they did a Chinese study on rats, and they gave them Coca-Cola and Pepsi. And you know what it did?
Did it make them break up police riots? And
no. Come on, you know nothing. Come on.
Not like Kim Kardashian then, when she got Pepsi sponsorship.
Okay, hold on. I'm sending to myself here. Their balls got bigger, and they had more testosterone. I'm not kidding.
Really?
Yeah. But it's kind of a stupid
I don't
test.
drink Coke at all, so that explains a lot.
Yeah. But it's kind of stupid. It's a kind of a stupid test. I mean, it's probably the sugar and the caffeine, and they're rats. They're not human beings, But they go baking. Okay.
Where'd they even find the little bottles to give them Coca-Cola? Do they make like rat-sized bottles for them? Do they have to is the first part like getting the cap open or something?
No, that's the hard part. Chinese are very clever, So Confucius say, I'll put this on my Twitter. Oh man, where's the study? Oh no, I can't attach. You can't attach attachments, unfortunately. That's it's not allowed. Blaking. So I got to find out how to get this. I got a Oh, I know. I'll just post a PDF somewhere. How do you host a PDF? You know how to do that? Host PDF or something. I'll do that one because I renamed that stupid file to Confucius Say or something. Apparently that's supposed to be racist or somebody objected. I don't care. Bite my fat. How's it racist? Everything's racist these days. Oh man.
Well, I mean, you certainly are.
Confucius Say Coca-Cola Rockarola. That's all I wrote. And I upwrote it. And
speaking of racism, the funny thing is that all of my drinking streams have been Obviously they go yellow straight away because YouTube doesn't like what I'm saying. But then I review them, and I always get them monetized. Like every drinking stream, like in the last few months, has been remonetized. Probably because Max is on it. But here's the thing: of all my videos that I have tried to claim, like some of them don't always pass, but most of them do. Like 99% of them do. Yeah. The one video that I submitted for review that got denied, confirmed by review, is the one where Velma's talking about white people. Like just the clip I put of like 25 seconds of Velma just saying white people over and over and over again. YouTube denied that for monetization this morning. But they approved the one where she becomes a stripper to get her dad's attention in episode 6. Quite bizarre how YouTube works.
What's going on, gentlemen? How are we doing tonight? What's up,
A
Max?
Japanese man and a Viking in the same room?
Yes.
Wow.
Wait,
Right?
This is quite remarkable.
Listen, America Shirts. I love Max Murrah. He is my favorite.
He's mine. Leave him alone.
He's my favorite
God.
miniature Asian man.
I can't see any of you right now. Who's on there? Oh, hello.
What's up, Max?
I couldn't see anybody. You know.
Oh, I'm glad you can see me now.
Yeah. Okay. It's not so gay anymore, is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
Yeah, super hetero.
Hold on. You'll see my new bits of wisdom.
I hope so.
There it is.
I'm in for the long haul.
What are you drinking?
Always the same thing, my friend. Bud Light. Because I'm a basic bitch as far as white guys go.
Look at this. Blake. I wrote on Twitter, but here I'll repost it into the private chat. It says breaking.
Those are ours, bro.
Chinese university study on rats. Chinese rats. Drinking Coke and Pepsi leads to larger testicles, more testosterone. The title of their paper is carbonated beverages affect levels of androgen receptor and testosterone secretion in mice. Yeah.
Why do I feel like that PDF that I just downloaded way more information from me than it did?
No, I don't know. It's probably gay. My pages. Look, the chief researcher at Northwest Minzu University. His name is Gong, and when I shared this with Andrew yesterday, Gong, but I said, hey, how great would it have been if his name was Dong? And he goes, yeah. And so,
quite fond of dongs, aren't you, Max?
Yeah, I am. But here's the thing: you're in Japan, and so you realize if you go outside many of these Japanese restaurants, there's this figurine they call tanuki, right? You've covered this, right?
Yeah, of course. I actually used to work in the town where they make them all. Shigaraki is actually famous for shigaraki raki. Like raki means like bake, like a clay baking thing.
Okay, yeah.
But they have these giant.
Okay.
So I actually like this entire town is just full of hundreds of these like man-sized tanuki statues with these giant testicles. I can show you what it's like.
Why?
But I do
giant
actually know exactly
testicles.
what you're talking about.
Speaking of giant testicles, being that there's a couple of people in here from Japan. What is this?
Mystery ball? That's a good question. I saw that the other day.
Oh, that's kind of like a marine. It's probably one of these marine buoys or devices. I think they figured it out.
Yeah,
a marine buoy.
I think it's a buoy.
They're still calling it a mystery ball. 14 hours ago.
No. They actually figured it out.
Yeah, I think that was a couple days ago, wasn't it?
This is new.
Well, this article might be, but I think this story is a couple days old now.
Yeah.
But there's a reason that, we have a couple of people from Japan in here to cover Japan news.
They would know better than I.
They would know better than most of us, right? Maybe America Shirts. We don't know about that glowing.
I'll share my screen again and I'll show you what the tanukis that Max was talking about. These things are terrifying.
So look at what you see there. That's
so this is a giant tanuki statue that's like 10 meters tall. It's really scary.
That's terrifying.
But, there's like these giant tanukis buildings. Like this is in Shiga where I used to work pretty close to this place. This is a train station. You can see like there's a phone booth there for scale. And then like you'll just like the entire town looks like this. Like these little
hell?
What the freak is
Hey,
this?
show them what you're supposed to really look at. Look at what they're not feet. Take a show
Oh,
what.
right,
the,
right, okay.
Yeah.
Like if you look at all these, they have a very defining characteristic. Like here,
Those aren't feet. They're
so you
big
have
balls.
these. Yeah. Like you can see these ones are like man-sized balls.
They're huge balls. Yeah.
This is. I used to see this every day. I have to walk past this
So they
every
stand
day.
on their balls.
Yeah, there's big balls here. No, there's actually a Japanese movie called Pompoko where a group of these creatures tries to get back their land from like evil humans, and they use their testicles to stretch out and shapeshift. In Japanese like mythology.
Time out.
Yes.
I was going to say, what exactly are the tanuki? Like, what is this
Tanuki
creature?
they're a Japanese raccoon dog. They're very similar to raccoons, but they're not quite. They're a little bit different, but they are an endemic Japanese creature. They're very, very cute.
Is this a real creature? Or is this
Oh,
a...
Yeah, they're absolutely
Oh my
real.
God.
It looks
ID
kind of like
crisis
a
has
raccoon, actually. Yeah. It has the same kind of
I'll bring
mask.
it. Yeah. This is what a tanuki looks like. So they're
Oh, it's a
incredibly
real
cute.
thing.
No, they're like, but this is how they like portray them.
Okay.
But much to my chagrin, I've never gotten a good photo of a tanuki. Now, the one time that I found a really cute couple of tanukis, because they actually usually make bonding pairs and they'll travel around the countryside and stuff. I was out for a run and I only had my cell phone, so I didn't get, because I've got a very nice camera, right? Because I actually, besides the silly meme videos, I do make real videos. But I was out and I didn't have my good camera and I had never seen them again. It was like a nice summer afternoon with the rice fields. There was just like all the wind and the golden hour. And these two tanukis just came out and like looked at me. And I was just like, oh, this is amazing. I love animals. So that's what they normally look like.
Are they rare?
They're not too rare. Like you usually see them as roadkill. Like they're probably about as rare as seeing a badger in America or something. Do you have badgers in America, or is that just the UK?
Well, I don't have badgers near me. There's
Right.
badgers, but they're in like
I mean, we have-
northwest.
Yeah, but you won't see like a badger every day, but you'll probably see like a red badger roadkill when you go, like, or like a coyote maybe, like you see like a dead coyote or something, like. But they'll typically run away from humans.
Okay.
They do. They get very mangy. Like if they live near cities, they go through garbage and they get real diseased, and so it's very uncommon to see one like this cute. But yeah, they're quite hard to find of the Japanese animals. So again, it's one of my goals is to get a really good tanuki photo or video that I can sell and also make a video about.
So maybe a good equivalent would be a fox.
Yeah, I'd say they're about as rare as a fox. I used to have a fox near my... Actually, the place I've seen some foxes, I saw tanukis there too. But yeah, Japanese foxes are very cute.
Cool.
Not too many in my area because they're more in northern Japan as well.
Okay.
Throws this way. Don't your testicles stretch out and change form?
Only if I make them.
Like a transformer? Yes.
But yeah, they have these... there are various shapeshifters in Japanese mythology. Like foxes, for example, are very powerful shapeshifters. But they say that like the fox has like 8 disguises, but the tanuki has 9. So tanukis have always been like the premier shapeshifter, and the movie Pompoko is about these creatures shapeshifting and trying to bring magic back to the countryside. But some of the tanukis decide to shapeshift into humans, and they just blend in with society, and like they lose the ability to transform back.
Is that why
Quite a
foxes
cool old thing.
in Japanese art have many tails? Because they have many disguises?
Kind of. What the thing is with the foxes is the kitsune. So kitsune are shapeshifters naturally, and they start with 1 tail. Now they gain an additional tail every 100 years, and as they gain more tails, they gain more powerful. So the most powerful fox is the 9-tailed fox, which you'll see often in like anime and stuff.
Yeah.
So when they become like I think a 9-tailed fox is like a 10Q or something. Like not 10 as in but like 10 is like heaven in Japan, like 10.
Okay.
So yeah, when they basically become a divine spirit, and foxes are tricksters, but usually pretty well behaved. The problem with foxes is that when they shapeshift, they can't hide their tails, and reflections show them as their like true form. So a very common countryside story is that like in ancient Japan would be that a fox transforms into a beautiful woman and tries to seduce a man or gets married, but he'll notice that she has a tail like poking out from her kimono or something. And once they get discovered, they usually abandon their husband and children if they've been living as a human, which is kind of rude, but
That seems to be a common theme in mythology.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of stories. I've researched the Japanese monsters and mythology quite extensively because I make videos about them on my other channel. and they're called yokai, which means like ghost or monster. So you may have heard of an anime called Yokai Watch, which is it's like basically a ghost watch or something.
I can assure you, sir, that I have not heard of that.
Oh, well, there's lots of really cool stories.
Nobody's heard of that.
What's up, Darth? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, how's it going, Val?
I didn't even see you sneak in.
Max. That's because Meme was just like on a... He was just letting it go, and I was just letting him go. Like, I'm not going to interrupt him.
Yeah, you kind of snuck in here.
I did kind of sneak in.
I had to
Meme
pay
was
for it to
everybody
get in
doing?
here.
Meme was on a good
Yeah, he was on a tear. We had to derail him.
tear. That's a good call. Tear.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say rant. It wasn't a rant.
The entire town of Shigaraki looks like this. Like every other house looks like this.
So is this equivalent to maybe like a garden gnome?
Yeah, you could call them that.
Okay.
They're kind of like a good luck statue, like the little cat you sometimes see.
Cool.
Like many shops in Japan will have one of these tanukis outside, even if it's like one of these small ones, like down you might see down here.
Man, I want
or like
one.
the larger ones. No, they're actually really cool. They're actually
I want one
quite neat.
for my yard.
Yeah.
Who said kokanee beer? What's that? No, here's the name of the Chinese company. I'll put it in. I don't have it. Website doesn't work. It's a Nantong Yangfan Marine Equipment Company.
And a Ching Chong Ping Pong to you too.
Ching Chong in China. It's one of their marine boys. That's what it was. That Nantong Yangfang is Yangfan Marine Equipment Company Limited. That is probably they make a steel boy like that. Yeah, not lady boy, but just
the mysterious ball thing.
Yeah, the ball, one ball.
Yeah. Got it. The half a man that was washing up on shores.
Oh, who was convicted under this one? Oh, thanks. Okay. Oh, you gave me somebody gave me is that a message I just got from Thermo? Oh, okay. That's the law. It was revised 2013. Okay, cool. This is on Ridge Alconis. Yeah.
Thermo says, "Oh, ignore that, Max. That was like an hour ago."
Okay, yeah, I know. I'm slow. No, it's interesting that when we're talking about the lawyer who gave you the opinion, he didn't think that Ridge O'Conus was deserving of any exceptional treatment or whatever. That same lawyer actually had, when I was on Josh's stream, this is like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, he had messaged me and he had asked whether a friend, Robert Whiting, the author, we had known anything about this Australian woman named Donna Nelson, who had been detained, and they had not heard anything from her.
Vaguely familiar.
Well, Donna Nelson had been, and so
Australians always get arrested abroad for doing silly things, and they're always in the news,
so
like
she'd
going
been
to prison in
detained in
Thailand.
Tokyo
For like,
so they were saying, well, she's an Aboriginal activist, and it's racism, and the police are racist and
white Aboriginals
without charges. And so there must be
really, really funny picture of all these like Aboriginal Australian like students that have graduated like this like medical scholarship, and they're all just like whiter than I am. They're like the 1/16th Cherokee like people that are like claiming to be Aboriginal Australians in Australia, essentially.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, listen, Josh, this is 2023.
Wait, he gets
64th.
Those people are brave and stunning.
January 20th. That's when I got the email from him, and he's actually said something to the effect of, "Do you have any idea how to find the whereabouts of Donna Nelson, a Western Australian Aboriginal activist who has apparently been detained in Japan? Case has been reported in Australia, but complete silence in the Japanese media so far. The fact that arrest and detention are secret here is a very significant legal issue. I'm trying to help a young reporter, who's flown here to cover the story." And so I didn't have any answer for him. But I do have one for you in private chat because we know what happened. It was
2 kilos of illegal stimulants in Japan. What people don't understand about Japan is that basically all drugs in Japan are listed as like class 1 drugs. So marijuana has the same penalty for getting like like meth or whatever, so anything what that is. So it's quite serious. But it looks like she's actually got amphetamines here. So she's probably going to be.
It's a. They say it's a. I knew there was a online love scam, but the Daily Mail headline says lonely Aussie grandmother is charged with importing 1.9 kilograms of meth into Japan after falling for a Nigerian online love scam.
In Japan,
Nigerian love scam. Ooh.
Nigerian.
Also, yes, if you get found with drugs on you in Japan, they can detain you for like basically 21 days without giving you the ability to talk to a lawyer, make a phone call. They can just black box disappear you.
They can renew those charges too.
Yeah,
so
it's quite
you're
serious.
Thinking, if you're confident you can just kind of wait it out, then they can renew that. And there's one case where they did this with the guy.
But like even if you're coming to Japan, like things that you might think are like fine, you can actually get arrested for, or they'll at least detain you or fine you or confiscate them, like painkillers, like anything that's like a serious American painkiller. Like we have the weakest painkillers in Japan because they treat the drugs very seriously, and things like birth control pills, any sort of medication you have to be really careful. No, sometimes they do like catch you for that if you don't declare it. I mean,
for birth control pills?
Oh, not birth control pills. No,
okay.
No, they wouldn't.
When I arrived at least a long time ago, they warned us about that. So maybe they don't.
Is that because you're a foreigner?
I've heard that.
No, because because
they have different. Like I think you need a prescription for birth control pills in Japan. Like you have to go to an actual doctor. I'm pretty sure.
Well, you need that in the States. You need a prescription too. But like,
I thought you could just grab them. According to the media, I thought you could just hand them out like candy.
Well, I guess I don't know.
You know what is?
Birth control pills aren't common in Japan either. They're very, very rare for people to be on birth control pills in Japan. It's hard to get them. Usually, only prostitutes actually use them.
So we have what we do as a joke. Like I had a friend over at Morgan Stanley, and this is like a long time ago. But when someone was coming over to Japan, they go, "Hey, dude, could you do me a big favor and just get me big packs of Vicks inhalers, right?" And so they go, "Okay."
Oh, no.
And,
no. Like the ones with Sudafed in them or something?
Yeah, they have a pseudoephedrine. Pseudoephedrine
right.
is not allowed in Japan. It's allowed in the U.S. So pseudoephedrine. So they'll go, "Hey, did you know that these are illegal?" And they would all kind of pretend they didn't know. It was a joke. They didn't want the Vicks inhalers. They're just, and once in a while they get them through, you know. But it was more of a prank.
Sure.
But yeah, but that's not. Actually, here's a funny thing. So normally we're conditioned to think that substances. Japan is more anally retentive than the U.S., for example. But in the U.S., dihydrocodeine is a controlled substance.
Mm-hmm.
In Japan, dihydrocodeine is not. You can get it over the counter. Oh, yeah. And so, so now that's a problem. Say you're under SOFAs, Status of Forces Agreement. Say you are active duty U.S. military or a dependent, okay? And you live off base, and you buy something called Bron, B-R-O-N. It has dihydrocodeine. So you have teenagers in both Japanese and also, it's probably on base, that they will buy the Bron. And there's different kinds of Bron because, there's certain things that they'll put in to discourage abuse of it, like combining it with caffeine or some other substances where you go, you know what, if you take too many of those, that's really going to F you up. So they, but they still abuse it. And dihydrocodeine.
What is that?
It's like codeine. It's like it's like one of these, it's like similar to codeine. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like a semi-synthetic opioid. So it'll help you kill pain as a pain reliever. And it can help you stop coughing. So it's an antitussive, things like that.
Okay.
But What's the other one that is really crazy? That is
apparently Twitter in Japan is saying that big ball that appeared on the beach is the ball spaceships from Dragon Ball Z. You know, like that Goku and Vegeta arrive. And so I was just searching to see if I could find an answer. And like everything I find is just like people linking pictures of Dragon Ball.
Horrible.
Oh, Drexomorphin. Dextromethorphan. That's DXM. So this is the reason why, I don't know, maybe this is really old stuff, like where you have these DXM cough syrups and they're on the black market in the US for like thousands of dollars and stuff. I don't know if they still do that. It's kind of retarded. But DXM isn't a big deal here. I mean, you can get it pretty easily if you need it, prescription. And I'm just wondering if you might even get it OTC. I'm just wondering if they have it OTC. But it's not a big deal. But then I was really surprised because, I saw this documentary, maybe it was Vice, and this is several years ago. But DXM here in Japan, we get these, probably have them, tablets of DXM hydrobromide. They're like 15 milligrams. So I don't know what a typical drug abuser would want. Like 90 milligrams, give me the whole pack. Yeah. I just don't think it'll do much for you.
Did this make the news? Did this make the news a couple years ago?
What?
DXM? Was that like a big headline thing a couple years ago?
In Japan or in the U.S.?
In the U.S. In the U.S.
Oh yeah, in the U.S. because DXM, the cough syrup was it was just going crazy. It's
ringing a bell.
They were selling it, and then on the black market, so I see these videos of the wrapper. It's like a status symbol that they were. Like
it was in lean.
$4,000 for this bottle. I'm going.
Yeah, this.
Max is the wrong business.
Pop syrup
hey,
and
I
Skittles.
give you all of my shit. I can hang out with. It was just kind of, maybe it's not a big thing anymore. Did somebody die from an overdose? Because I think that just makes it stupid,
Well, let's be real. People are still. Never mind. We're gonna leave that alone.
People are still stupid. Yes, they are.
Yep.
So in itself, it wasn't. So you get these three things. You have a substance, any substance, and so either you have a community that decides to say, "Oh, let's use it like this," and you have a couple of incidents, overdose or whatever, and then you have law enforcement. They're going, "Okay, now we're going to schedule it in. If it wasn't scheduled before, now it's a Schedule 1 or this." And the thing that I remember is I wasn't old enough, but you have what's it? Gamma butyl hydro GBH. That was in the 80s. These body lifters would buy it from a health store, right? And they would take it before they went to bed, and they would go to bed. The reason why is while they slept,
it would burn calories.
Their body would create GABA, and that would promote muscle building and all that.
Yeah,
That's
GHC.
Is that like tren or something that just makes you sweat out all your fat?
And then what happened in the 90s was, and I went back and I looked at these news footage like Fox or whatever, CNN, and they showed club goers outside Los Angeles, like so what some point people have done this, kids have done this, idiots have done this with sleeping pills. I believe that Tiger Woods did this with Ambien. I wasn't even aware of it, but one of these things is things that are typically tranquilizer, sleeping pills, or just put you to sleep. They figured out a long time ago, if you take a huge amount of it and you don't go to sleep, you just go, no, man, you got to stay up.
Awesome.
And then there's an opposite effect, and it's like a stimulant. And so this is what these people were doing with GHB. But then there's a problem. Combining with alcohol amplifies it. Yay! But it's really weird because it doesn't tell you when too much is old. And when you hit that limit, it's like your motor cutting out and you're out. And then sure as shit, some idiot, it's combined with somebody getting graped, and then they put the label. It's a grape drug. And then people moved on from GHB to GBL. It's and then you figure out, okay, it's a precursor to it. No, but we did this with previously tranquilizers. That's also why when Tiger Woods, when that one of his accidents where I guess his Swedish wife was chasing him with the golf club, or another accident where he was in the SUV and he broke his legs and kind of fell asleep, but he had been taking Ambien. Remember, he'd been doing a lot of happy time with his mistress. I think he was taking Ambien, not to sleep, but to not sleep, and then it's kind of like a combination of stimulants and Viagra. Who knows?
That's a weird one to try to get high on. Ambien?
Yeah. So I didn't realize that sort of that protocol for abuse exists. But the more I think about it, I said, yeah, almost any class of substance where normally it has a hypnotic and sedative effect, that if you say, oh, just hold on.
You can do it with diphenhydramine, simple Benadryl. You take a couple of Benadryl and then don't go to sleep when it tries to tell you to. Look out, world.
You can do it with Robitussin.
Yeah, well, that's what we started this whole conversation with, was people taking lean.
Oh, that's
right.
right.
I gotta tap out. I gotta go to the gym before I stream tonight. So.
You're gonna work out? You're gonna get you do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do work out.
It's good to see you, Meme.
Yeah, hey, Koolfrogg.
It's
if you're here before he
leaves,
never skip leg day.
Don't skip leg day, bro.
I've got really nice legs, actually. Like my body, like my family has actually just really good leg genetics, so I've never had to worry about small calves or anything like that.
Pixar didn't happen.
There is actually photos in my Discord, but you'd have to be a YouTube member to access it. So.
I'm in your Discord.
Then you can go to
Cat Girls. Go to Cat Girls. It's under Cat Girls.
It's under Cat Girls.
Sure.
Wait, hold on. I can show you a picture of my legs if you want before I go.
Oh, I kind of want.
It's like an old photo though. Hold on a second. Give me a moment.
Do you, boo boo? You're good.
I'll show you when I used to train. I had a free gym at the school that I worked at, so I could just go and train when I wasn't actually doing any work. It was great. It was like a free gym all to myself. The weights are really, really bad though, but it's just weight. So, let me see. Where is it? Should be in here, I think.
You can lift weights in a plastic Walmart bag if you really had to. That's what they do in prison.
It doesn't really show.
At one point, when I was very young, only had milk jugs filled with different substances from water to sand. And you get a lot of, if you weigh them, you can still do a lot with that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't quite see this one.
Meme Copian's line when he walks in there, he goes, I have passion in my pants and I ain't afraid to show it.
Show it. Show it.
This is the only photo I have from that.
I'm sexy and I know it.
That's when I was Diddy lifting 400 pounds in my wizard outfit.
Okay.
You can't really see the legs,
like a Jedi wizard.
Can't really see the legs that you're trying to show us.
Oh, is that the exercise? You tie your manhood to the bar and you lift it? Yeah.
Yeah, Val was really hoping for you deadlifting 400 in a Speedo.
Listen, it didn't have to be a Speedo,
but I mean,
a good set
of
thighs,
legs,
a good set of thighs are what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for, y'all.
Shorty shorts.
The thing is, I would take a photo right now, but I'd be accused of posting feet pics, and I can't get through. I can't do that.
That's fair. I don't blame you there. I don't blame you there, buddy.
I do squats. Well, not recent. I can't squat 3 plate much these days. I usually squat around 2.5 plate at the moment, but my best squat was what is 3 plate? It's like 60, 120, 140 kilos. I can squat about 140 kilos, at least when I'm training, like when I'm in my.
What is that in real weight?
140 kilos. That's 280 plus.
Yeah, about 300.
Yeah, 300 pounds.
Good for you, buddy. Good for you.
That is pretty good.
Wow.
I mean, I'm tall, so I don't really look that muscular unless I get really, really strong. But I mostly focus on strength training. I just started doing starting strength, and I never stopped. I really like the AB day between just like you're either squatting or you're doing deadlifts. It's really good for your back too. So I recommend that.
Good for you, buddy.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, have fun at the gym. Don't throw anything, you know. I mean, out.
It's hard to find a gym with actual proper weights though, like free weights in Japan. It's all machines, and everyone's worried about getting too ripped. But yeah,
the Japanese are worried about getting too ripped.
Yeah, they are. It's not a good thing to be too ripped in Japan. Like, you know how we have a culture of like being tan and athletic as like a seen as a sex symbol sort of thing. Japan kind of has the opposite.
Yeah.
Like if you're tanned, it means you're working outside, because Asian people tan really easily. So if you're tanned, it kind of looks like you're poor. So they try and get their skin as white as possible, especially girls.
Max, you're pretty dark.
Being too macho or too strong would either mean you're gay or like you're a construction worker or something. That again is a low-paying job.
Oh, like the Village People, my favorite group. All right, yes. Welcome to American culture time. That's very cool. Hey, I just posted in a private chat. This is a link. This is my friend's younger sister, Emily, and I think that one was a couple years ago. Oh yeah, it's like 8 years ago. She set a world. What do you call it? A world record. Bench press. Yeah, 270.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the body
Emily
weight?
Hugh? She's where's she
It
working
says
now?
123, so
That's pretty good for her weight. It's like 2 times her body weight. That's pretty good.
Oh, she has an Instagram. I don't know if she's active. It's called Amy.
No. She weighed 122 pounds. She squatted 286 pounds, pushed up a world record 270, and then pulled 396 to finish the meet with a 953 pound total.
Oh, is that good?
It's not bad. There's a world record in there in the title.
Yeah. And here's I just looked up her current stuff on openpowerlifting.org, and the last time you can see her, it was last October. Oh, she's 40. Is she 40 now? Oh yeah, she's 40 now. She did like a 270 squat.
I mean, I'd let her.
I hate it when they do this arched back shit.
I have never seen
Go down
anyone use
like
that
1 inch,
form
like-
before. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
It's a powerlifter thing. It's a powerlifter
Is it?
thing.
I've
It's so
seen it
dumb.
before. I've
It's so
never
dumb.
seen it quite to that extreme.
Women can
Yeah.
arch their backs incredibly much more than men, so they always do it, and they move the weight like 1 inch or something, and it's like world record. I think it's stupid as shit. I mean, there should be a little bit of space between your back. Like for a bench press, you should have like 3 points of contact, like your feet on the floor, your butt on
And then
the
shoulders.
bench, and then your shoulders. So as long as they're
She
not
had
like
that.
under your thing, that's fine.
She
But it
had
should
3
be,
points.
yeah, but it should be like maybe a hand's width or something under your back. Otherwise, you're just doing ridiculous things. Like that's just me.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. She had 3 points though. She had her feet, her
She did.
ass, and her
She did.
shoulders.
I mean, it wouldn't be a acceptable lift if she didn't.
Right.
But they just go all the way. They go way too far.
Also, I would let that girl smash my head with her thighs. Just saying.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
she could
And
like
she
crush a
probably
watermelon
could,
with her
too.
legs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
seen
when
those
she came to
watermelon
Tokyo
videos.
once, she had to do a workout. So her sister said, "Can you accompany her?" And she doesn't really like that CrossFit stuff, but that was the only gym that was available. It was one of this. So I went there, and I looked like the biggest freaking wimp. Like, what could I do? I couldn't. If she had to ask me to spot her, I would not know what to do. I think for most of the time, I was just like there and just like watching. But it was kind of funny because I just remember this. I said, "What's wrong with this CrossFit stuff?" And oh, come on, it's this weird stuff. Their definitions of pull-ups and they're not pull-ups and all this. And
Gaman means like do your best in Japanese. It's like
what?
like keep gaman. It's like do your best.
Oh.
Like keep trying, sort of thing.
But but it was interesting. So she was doing those a deadlift. She was working on deadlifts.
Deadlifts are good.
Yeah.
Deadlifts are always good.
Yeah, but I think Max looked good. Just kind of like, so I look like a manager. What do you call in English? Oh yeah, pimp. Yeah.
I was gonna go with Target employee at Target is what I was gonna go with.
Oh, I needed a polo shirt for that, but yeah, it was kind of fun.
All right, but yeah, I do need to go. So, but I might listen to the background while I work out. So I'm gonna know if you could talk.
You work
shit.
out, yeah.
Hell yeah, Josh. It was good to stream with you, buddy.
Yeah, too. You too. See you,
Always
Darth.
this.
See you. Well,
Take
hello,
care, man.
Koolfrogg, Max.
Oh.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Later.
Go happy skiing.
Later. Have fun.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Oh,
buddy.
he's going skiing. He's going skiing.
Everybody, check out that description line down below. Everybody, subscribe to Memecovium if you have not done so already.
He is going
But be
skiing.
careful with the drinking streams; they get wild.
Went skiing in Japan
Yes,
before.
they do.
Oh, good.
That
This
might
is you put stuff out there.
That might be the first time I've ever streamed with Josh, actually.
Really? Josh, what time is it now? It's 4:30, 4:16. Oh, okay. I'll look into that. This is what I sent as feedback. Read it yesterday. Okay, great. Hold on, I gotta check.
Something going on.
It's funny. I read it yesterday. This is what I sent as feedback. There have been some unsubstantiated allegations. Some of the Western press, the deceased was somehow related to the judges or prosecutors. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, that case with that Navy lieutenant who was sentenced to 3 years. That's an interesting. That'd be an interesting thing if you could confirm it. Is if the victims, relatives of the deceased, are related to the prosecutors or the judges, that would be a thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's and this is coming out of Japanese. Of course, if it's coming out of Western press, maybe they're just confused, all look alike, all sound alike. Maybe the names are the same. But
sadly, that might actually be.
I think that's worth looking into. I'm going to spend some time on that. I don't know where this Alconis's family's from, but I think they're from Salt Lake City County. I could be wrong. I know they're from Utah. That's in Danny's area, I guess, huh?
I guess that would be her area. I haven't had the pleasure to actually meet Danny, so I don't really know.
You're not missing much.
Okay. I'll take a look at this later. But yeah, it's not like the previous case with that Australian woman. They detained her since maybe early January or maybe last year for almost 2 kilograms of meth. Yeah. Now, there have been cases where people have been unwitting mules because they do want people who don't fit the profile. For example, a retired couple in their 60s, and so they may win a trip abroad, and maybe they're giving a set of luggage, and the luggage and they have no freaking idea. That's happened. But in this case, it was supposed to be this love scam, and it was she flew from Australia to Laos, Well, Max, a relative is there too, landlocked country, Vietnam and Cambodia, and then to Japan. So to kind of go I had no idea I was in love. And so you fly to Laos and then Narita. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Sounds like you might have been aware of what was going on. Right. So, yeah. Don't be a mule. That's
advice to live by.
Anyways, the cartels are much more successful, not on individual mules going on commercial flights, but they have been doing more of the wholesale components. They even send over they're chemists, kind of like Breaking Bad, flying over and doing it. And so unless they do a poor job, and there are a couple cases a couple years ago, and they have photographs of these very, very unattractive ceramic pineapple heads from Mexico. And they had Coca-Cola in them, or they had meth, I can't remember which, but they were just
Max,
souvenirs that no one would buy. Yes?
Don't be racist, Max. Pineapple heads, that's racist. Don't be racist.
Okay. Well, there were pineapple heads. They were actually, and so they cracked them open, and they found them. Now, where would you normally do it? You would. They also make mistakes, like putting it in used industrial equipment that would never be bought here in Japan, and so that's a red flag. Putting it into a custom car import, but if you put it into equipment that does have a market here, in the pipes, and you go, yeah, we get this stuff all the time. They put it into the fittings and the pipes, and sometimes they don't put the finished product. They put the precursor stuff in there, and they get it through, and they do it on a level. That's how and why the interceptions of those have gone up, but they're not catching them all. It's too hard. You just
the Yakuza's the Yakuza pushes a lot of shit out of Japan, right? In and out.
Japan is part of production less. It's more they bring it in. And it's always been what you say Japanese Yakuza. They've always had very international party. Like now, if I told you what I knew in the 90s, or maybe in early 2000, I mean, there's one thing where I was explaining to somebody, okay, if the NKs are offloading, say, meth or bundles offshore, they're not going to do it in a large port like Tokyo, Yokohama, or even Fukui. They're going to do it in a smaller ports. And for example, I gave one example, like out near Shizuoka, which is outside. It's where Shimoda, like where the black ships first went. And then, just as a matter of example, small fishing port that's not monitored. Then from there to the Tomei Highway, you'll see in the, what do you call it? The parking lot, the service areas.
Okay.
There's a transshipment point. That's where it may change hands, say from the Pakistanis at the time onto trucks, and Iranian gangs, and so forth. So, and then it will just change accordingly. More recently, a couple years ago, you'd have the cartels, the Mexican cartels. They love Japan because they just laugh and scoff at even if they get caught. Like, hey, no big deal. So they'll put it in precursor chemicals or the whole stuff intelligently, generally into stuff that comes by ship, and then separately they'll send over their guy, and to physically, and then he'll go and he'll help in that case it was like Inagawa, one of the maybe third largest organized crime group, and they'll do the mixing and the formulation, and then they'll put it out.
So as a dumb American, I'm under the impression the Yakuza runs most of the stuff in Japan. I'm under the impression that the
yeah.
Yakuza is pretty
Not they
powerful.
run it. Oh, okay, so you have organized. Now it's not such a great thing. You find it funny. You say, "Oh, register." They register. Yeah, the membership is down. Oh, business is not what it used to be. So there's problems with being on a registered list. Like I said before on different shows, at least two guys. One guy tried to help out who was a former convicted a gang member, and so he was because he's on the list. Then that means he's not allowed to go to the U.S. on using visa waiver. Okay. So what is it? Then you have another category. Typically, the gangs used to kind of recruit. It's like a farm team. The farm team for the Yakuza were kind of typically these motorcycle gangs. You know, the Bozozoku, right?
Okay.
But then you started seeing these guys don't kind of graduate. It's like those old actors on 902 whatever for Beverly Hills. You know, when you have actors who are in their 30s playing 18-year-olds, right? These guys, they say, "Well, I don't have to go to college," you know. All the problem. So they stay in their gangs and they build it out. One of the largest is Kanto, which Kanto is this here, Kanto Rengo, which is like, and so they started giving another name for them. So they're not quite Yakuza, because they're not officially, but they're organizing, they're committing crimes. So I think they use the word like hangure, which is like half whatever. So anyways, yeah. So you have so sometimes you see you've seen murders, hits, other things where they're wanted, and you realize, oh, they're a member of Kanto Rengo. So I was an idiot. I got in a fight with a guy in 2006, and I think he was a member, and it was kind of funny. But I'll tell you later. It was I didn't do any fighting. I'm no good at that. My friend took care of them. But that was kind of funny because it tells you a lot about fights. Is what you think. Whether you're the receiver or whatever you think you see, you have no. You are a very poor witness of your own experience. And so what happened was when I was attacked, four guys came in. One guy caught me from behind. But after we went drinking with the two other guys, I was thinking, yeah, I honestly believe that I jabbed the guy in the eyes and I loosened his grip and he was off. And the two guys who were there said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Because then I realized the physics of it. My buddy actually punched the guy, broke the bone occipital here, and I realized, yeah, because there was physically there. And then I realized, but my whole impression, I had no idea. So from my perspective, Max fought off the guy from behind, and me and my friends said, no, that guy, that son of a bitch, took care of the guy coming at me around, and then suddenly realized, wow, you know, that would have been, if it was caught on camera, it would be like a movie, you know. And then when I said four guys, one guy ran off, right? But then the cops came, and the two guys are kind of said, let's finish this and get out, because they realized that the guy who was spazzing, who also thought that I had done the damage to him, both those two guys realized we had broken his bone right here. But all the adrenaline was killing the pain, but they knew it was just a matter of time before that realization set in. So he said, you need to get this stuff out and then get and move out before the guy started realizing that his bone was broken. And that wasn't over. I mean, we'd been drinking. Then he instructed me to go to the police hospital. It's moved now, and they're very specific for me to go in there and claim that I had these very specific pains. You know, neck wrenching. Not to overstate, not to understate, and to get this doctor certificate. You know, and injury. And the purpose was this. That guy went the next day and said to the police, that he had his bone broken, and he blamed it on me, then right away I go, oh, now you mention it, I have a doctor's note from the police hospital, which is to say, oh, my neck is all hurty, I am injured. But otherwise, they may just decide to charge me with assault. It didn't happen, but that was the insurance I had. So that was smart. I had some smart guys looking after me,
Max, I love you so much.
So I had to buy those drinks afterwards. We were having such a good time. But it was kind of funny. So the one guy was Japanese, and he works in security for a company. But his first thing was with the Japanese government. So he's and maybe earlier on, I think he one of his jobs was when Japan sets up like consulates and missions abroad. One of his first assignments was setting up a 21-man security detail for their Japanese consul in Algiers. So yeah, he had some pretty good experience. Yeah.
Later, Susie.
Oh, good night.
Night, Susie.
But I wouldn't do that again. But it was weird. So now we're going back to organized crime. Yeah. So now you'll see, when you see things like Japanese organized crime is having they're not what they used to be. Membership is down, and yeah, that's true. But same point is, I could point out that there's a lot of disadvantages to being part of such a kind of a registered group, and then you've seen the growth of other organized crime groups that aren't officially organized crime, and
you can relate that. You can relate that to the U.S. Like if you take motorcycle clubs, for example.
Oh yeah,
right. Like Outlaws, Hell's Angels, they've gotten all kinds of heat, but all that's doing is creating a whole lot of smaller motorcycle clubs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can use RICO to bust the Outlaws, but then all of a sudden there's 4 other motorcycle clubs that are taking that place.
Yeah. Oh, you know what is I was looking at some video, a motorcycler, and he was talking about gear that will get you killed. And he was I was expecting, but I didn't find. What I did find is it's a pretty good video. He shows you things that will get you killed, like don't wear stupid fanny packs with your tools in them, because you fall over, they'll puncture you and your vital organs, and sharp mods. Anything that is going to compromise you if you have to fall forward or side, and you put this you're doing something very stupid. You're gonna end up getting injured. I thought he was going to say, don't wear gear that falsely claims you're a 1%er or something like that, because there have been cases where someone got killed for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's what I thought he was going to say. Like, don't be a stupid ass and do that, because I think I don't think it's too difficult. Just look it up and you'll find. Hopefully, people are smart enough not to do that. Yeah.
There's a lot of idiots over here, man. People do it. But
that is but yeah, that's a kind of that's a scary thing. But I don't think most people are really concerned, because if you think motorcycle gang, oh yeah, remember when Pee Wee Herman knocked their bikes over and he charmed them by dancing tequila? Booker T and the MGs? Yeah, no problem. That was a great scene. That was in 1980. Pee Wee Herman, Paul Rubens. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good scene.
And then people think, they're not a big deal. We saw, what was it other, Brooklyn Story? Now yous can't leave. So, yeah. Well, no, they are. See, people don't know. Chopper Reed, would you consider motorcycle? Chopper Reed was
he was more a vigilante than anything, from my understanding.
Yeah, but he's a scary guy. He's like,
yeah,
totally,
no.
I read his book in the 90s, and I thought, boy, I know, go to Australia. They're crazy.
My understanding of Chopper Reed was he was a criminal that took advantage of other criminals.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I go after him.
Right.
I
He's
think
something
there's a
like
number
a
of
Robin
cases.
Hood.
No, actually, so it's easy. It's all in the U.S. too. If you look at the drug business, you realize a
Thermal
lot of
says, nah, he wasn't a gang member.
yeah,
He
Rob
wasn't.
drug dealers.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
he
a
was
pretty good
something like
business.
he was something like a Robin Hood. He the only people that he ever hurt, according to him at least, were dudes doing bad things.
Rob from the criminal and give it to
Himself.
the other criminal, myself.
He gave it to himself.
Right. I mean, if you're gonna do crime, you might as well just do it against other criminals. That's the best way.
And there's an insurance policy there, right? Like, other criminals aren't going to call the cops on you.
No.
You know what I mean? If I rob a drug dealer, that drug dealer is not going to call the cops on me.
No.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna call the cops on you.
He's gonna call
you
some
stole
other
my
people.
drugs.
Right.
He's gonna call some other people.
Oh right, you're gonna get other people, and then you eventually get
And if you
maybe
don't care,
maybe the cops will eventually get along with it or whatever, and be like, oh, it had nothing to do with the original. It's now a.
Maybe the cops are just going to let you sort it out yourselves.
Oh, here's the danger if you're trying. If you think
That's
it's a good idea
called
in the
Chicago
States.
justice.
I'm from Northern Illinois.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from Detroit. We called it Detroit justice.
Exactly, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, so
really
one danger is
I lived at the same
it's not just having robbing somebody who's a member of a gang that might retaliate, but I think I saw some cases where undercover cops they weren't doing a deal. The person was intending to rob them and shoot them, and they turned out to be undercover cops, and now that's a problem because yeah.
Yeah, you can't shoot them. That's a bad thing. Especially if you do it on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cops are going to say, "Oh, we get it now. Okay, you can go. Yeah, you're one of us." Yeah. That's not going to happen.
Good day, Crystal.
Good day, Crystal.
Let's see, read more.
So we're talking.
Have any questions?
Murakami.
Well, we're talking about at the current moment, we're talking about basically vigilante anti-heroes. Is that a good thing for society, you think? Is that a good thing that we want to see?
I feel like it's always gonna be to some extent a thing. It's always been to some extent a thing. I mean,
and it has always been.
And you can I'm reminded of that story of that father who they were bringing in the guy who had fled after doing some very unspeakable things to his little girl. This was back in the 80s. This man is just standing at a phone booth in an airport. They bring this guy right by him. He turns, draws, gone, and never even charged.
In all fairness, though, to further explain this story, he didn't just happen to be standing at that.
No, he was waiting.
He was tipped off.
He was tipped off. That's why he was waiting, because someone told him to be there.
Wait, what are we talking about?
I can't remember the guy's name. It was in the 80s, and if I remember
what are
correctly,
we
talking about? A dad whose son was abused, and I'm pretty sure it was his son. Not his
I remember. It was in Louisiana. Yeah. His name was Gary something.
Yes, Max.
Yes.
I thought it was
his karate teacher had kidnapped him to California and Plaché. It was Gary Plauche with an accent on it, so that makes him Cajun, probably, right?
At least French.
So Cajun is those Arcadian French.
The French
so he
are mostly Cajun.
His son is Jeff Doucet, and he was kidnapped, and it was in 1984. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
and the gentleman that was the abuser was being escorted through an airport in handcuffs.
I remember I saw the video. It's just like you see him turn around, and he was on the payphones, right? and baseball cap, sunglasses, and as he's going through, you see a single shot is on the right side of the guy's head, right at point blank, bang, the guy goes to the floor, and then he put the receiver down, and then the officers restrained him and disarmed him. And then they attended
the officers
to the guy
knew what was happening.
This is funny. And then they attended to the Doucet, who was down. So I like that order of things, you know.
Well, and I'm going to be honest. I have no problem with what happened on that day.
Nope.
He didn't die right away. He had a coma, and then the guy died the next day. So,
I have no problem. Like Cain Velasquez, God bless you, brother. I hope for your speedy fucking freedom.
Yep.
Sorry for cussing. Cool. I've been.
No,
I've been
you
trying.
can.
I've been trying. I've been trying.
She only got. He pleaded no contest to manslaughter. He got a plea, so he's like a 7-year suspended sentence with like 5-year probation and like community service. Which
the cops were the one that told him where to be. The cops on that case, the detectives on that case, knew exactly what was happening, and that was not a random chance that dude was sitting at that telephone at that time. It wasn't random. That was
no, and he didn't endanger any of the cops. I mean, they would just say, "Oh, you could have shot one of the." No, because it was he turned around. It was like a nice movement and bang on the right side of the guy's head, and point blank, and that was it. And funny thing is, putting down the phone, like the phone, he was talking to a friend, puts it down, then gets disarmed. So that's good. Yeah.
More importantly, the cops didn't shoot him. The cops said, "No, Gary, no," and then grabbed his wrist after the fact. Everybody in that situation knew what was going on. Every single person involved.
They knew his name. Yeah. They said, why?
Completely, there's a reason they were walking on that specific part of a very wide aisle. Like, this was coordinated completely.
It was. 100% it was.
Yep. And I got no problem with it.
How
I don't either. What?
So he's born in 45, so 84. Okay. So he's like,
Free Cain Velasquez. Free Cain Velasquez.
Yes, that. Free Cain Velasquez, indeed.
Yeah, he's 39 years old. Okay, when that happened. Okay, get it.
Damn.
If I had little ones, I wouldn't, like, y'all would not want to hear what I would do for little ones.
And you should probably not say it, just in case it ever needs to happen.
Don't do the same thing that you do to the goats.
The poor goats. They all have his eyes, you know.
Y'all, I got so many effing subs off that little clip that Divinity put out.
Oh man, that is.
Div, I love you, baby. I appreciate you. I enjoyed every bit of it.
You're a legend.
I enjoyed every bit of it. It was hilarious.
What's the name I'm looking for?
Valhalla awaits.
No, I'm not ready to die yet.
My bad.
I'm not ready to die anymore. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. This is also 9 years ago. There's a guy named David. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Barajas, Barajas. And he was in
Barajas, yeah, like Hispanic.
Yeah, and so we find out he was acquitted, of course. But what happened was, I think he was walking with his kids, and a drunk driver, a 20-year-old drunk driver, plowed into them or something and killed them. He was pushing his pickup truck that was stalled. So this drug, and then I think he realized what happened. He went back to his house, got a gun, and he shot the drunk driver. And he was acquitted, though. Yeah.
Well, that seems a little bit crazy.
Yeah, the accident happened in 2012.
What's
and
the
jury
story now?
So in December 2012, you have David Bajaras, and I don't know how many kids he had. He had some young sons, and his pickup truck had stalled. He had 2 boys, and they were trying to push their pickup truck, which is stalled on a road. It was about 50 yards away from their home. And they're in a town outside of Houston. So his kids were like 12 and 11, right? So then a drunk driver, a 20-year-old guy named Banda, he plowed into the truck and the kids. Anyways, he killed the kids.
The kids were pushing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so then, because he was so close to home, David Barajas went home, he got a gun, he went back to the wreckage, and he shot Banda in the head. But remember, the investigators never found a gun, didn't have an eyewitness, and the defense attorney, he said the only focus, he's trying to save his son's lives, and just said, don't know anything about it. Somebody else killed Bandit. So remember, but the prosecutors went after it. Basically he was acquitted. So he didn't say anything.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
And I think 3 hours to decide. So yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Y'all,
so that's a good lawyer too.
If
they didn't find the weapon, they only found a fragment of a 357 from a bullet fragment. But
I'm gonna tell you this: if something were to happen to Mrs. Valhalla,
smart guy,
y'all don't want to know what I would do. You're like,
bro, you're not the only one.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. If something were to happen to Mrs. Valhalla, I am not responsible for the next likely several weeks after that.
Well,
don't tell everybody that
you feel that way about your wife. Imagine if you actually had a child. Having children, you actually feel even more about those children than you.
I don't have children. I don't.
know. I'm just saying. Imagine.
And that's
that you know about. Yeah.
You feel actually.
I'm being very precise.
About those kids than
you know about.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Yeah. I am a big fan of little kids and their innocence as a general principle. I couldn't imagine
careful how you
what
word
I would
that,
do for
please.
my own.
Yep.
Careful how you word that. You're a big fan of.
He was.
I think I got my point across. I might not have said it very well.
I'm just kidding you. It's like Michael Scott in The Office. He decides, like, I'm going to put on my online dating profile what my priorities are. And so his handle becomes Kitty Lover.
Oh, that's bad. That's real bad.
So I miss The Office. I was in I was working in the UK. I was working in the UK early 2000s, and I got so I first saw the entire season of The British Office, and I really liked it, and it's really good. And to tell you the truth, when I heard that the US was going to do their version of The Office, I was so certain in my mind that there was no way that they would be successful, because I really, really liked The British Office, and I'd seen the entire thing. And to a certain point, I would say that the first season of The Office wasn't great. You had they had to actually make some character changes.
Yes.
The British Office, the David Brent, he was really cringe, and you were not sympathetic to him. And that's how Steve Carell played it for the first season. Very much like a David Brent. He's cringe, and there's no, you don't feel for him. But he switched. That's one of the character things he did with Carell. you kind of like Michael Scott as a goof, and it gets you thinking, hey, is he a fucking genius or something? You know, or at least there's that bit of empathy, and I think that was, and also, you know, it's funny because the Dwight Schrute character too. I like both the British one, but Dwight Schrute, the U.S. one, I really like that one. Full autism, you know, it's great.
he's probably on the spectrum, I would guess.
Yeah, it's
I've never watched the British version, but I've watched the English version or the American version.
Okay, so even though I was really anchored on the British version, so sure that the U.S. version would fail, and it didn't.
It was so good.
If you start looking at the British version, you might not like it because it would kind of be like season 1 of The Office, you know, and
season 1 of The Office was the worst season of The Office.
It was because they were trying to stay faithful to the original, and
people tried to get me to watch that show. People tried to get me to watch that show like 4 different times. And I was like, this show's fucking dumb. Like, the show is so stupid. I can't do it.
Yeah.
And eventually I got through the first, like, 6 episodes. And then all of a sudden it was just brilliant.
So, yeah. That's why you probably wouldn't like the British Office. It would remind you too much of season 1.
Fair.
And so that's... There was Ricky Gervais is funny. So I also saw his stand up. I was given DVDs of his stand up.
He's a funny dude. But
when I was in the UK, like we're using like a top white shoe law firm. There's a guy. He had a really English name too. I remember he was a partner, Oliver Bull. You know, so Oxford, Cambridge, all this, and really proper British lawyer. But I was holding meetings every Friday, and I remember when he was talking about, I was telling him, oh yeah, I really like Ricky Gervais. And what I remember is here's this real proper guy, and he's telling me, oh yeah, his thing on animals is really funny, you know, with his jokes on bestiality, and I was like, it was so incongruous, and but I really appreciated his advice. He was actually accurate, but it was just funny hearing that stuff coming out of his mouth. And when you watch Gervais, he would actually do his stand up. This is like 15 years ago, and he'd be wearing like a black T-shirt, maybe a black suit, and he'd have a tall boy of I can't remember the Carling O'Keefe beer, you know, and just drinking it. I don't care. Now, you didn't know that, but when you saw him do did he do Academy Awards or Grammy Awards, or was it the Golden Globes?
The Oscars?
I can't remember. Did he present for? He presented for the Gold.
He did it like 5 times. Okay, and they were all amazing.
Who did he? Which one was it? I get them confused because you know, it's like Asian people.
I don't remember what. Nobody cares, Max, what award show it was. All that matters is that Ricky Gervais did it. And he made fun of everybody and called out Hollywood for all of their
it was a Golden Globes because he really roasted them, and he went back and back, and it was funny as hell. And he actually said what you said. Oh yeah, really offensive. He goes, I don't care, and that was a huge power. I don't care. And I think that was. It was great, and it was weird. He never really effectively? They must have tried hard to cancel him, but was he ever?
They brought him back for like 5 different award ceremonies. And
he said he didn't care. He wouldn't come back again anyway. So he put himself to that point of actually. I watched that clip so many damn times.
No, hang on. I think he did 2 of those. I think
that was the 5th one.
Right. I think the 4th one he did was super offensive, and then the 5th one he was like, I've got no qualms. Like I'm throwing shade at everybody. But I think the 4th one, if I remember correctly, was also brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think, and I could be wrong, but like,
I mean, well, he started, but the Jeffrey Epstein jokes were great. They were just,
they were all so good, man. They were all so good. The whole thing was amazing.
I never watched those either. Dang, I really need to catch up on news, pop culture, bike gangs, and goats. So much.
Well, I have got all kinds of goat videos, y'all. Go check them out.
oh yeah, your goats are doing well, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got 5 babies on the ground. I've got another doe that's about ready to pop. I owe
more fresh meat.
I owe Chat a goat birthing educational video. I owe him that.
I'm not gonna watch it while I'm eating breakfast. Okay? Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. It's pretty gross. The footage I got's gross, and we'll see what YouTube feels about it.
Oh. You're going to have different policies depending on the breed of goat. You know, the black Nubians, they're kind of protected. They're okay. Kind of like Max, you know, making Asian jokes. But, yeah.
Well, Max, I would like to inform you, sir, that my goats are, in fact, Nubians.
Yes, that's what I know.
Yes.
So you
I
take
do
advantage
believe,
of it. Use your goat race card, you know?
I do believe that I should get a little more leeway because my goats are Nubians.
Exactly. Yeah, but you're going to get in trouble if you actually have to kill them for, you know, for a barbecue. Then, you know how that's going to go over, you know.
I'm not going to do that on camera.
For that. Huh?
I'm not going to do that on camera.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. You know. I'll go to the other channels, you know. Hey. But that's pretty gross. Pretty tasty, though. Yeah.
Yeah, no, goats are delicious.
This is a great pen. I got this new pen. It's... See, so...
It looks good.
Oh, well, so... Oh, God, I'm blind here. Blind is about... You can't see. So this is like it's a ruler on there, okay? It has a level... I'm shit at this. It doesn't focus. There's a level on it. You take this top off, and you have this screwdriver stuff. It doesn't roll off the table. And
you got a spy pen?
No, it's just a regular pen. It's just a regular pen. Now, here's the funny thing: is what I say is it has a ruler. It's kind of stupid because it's not that useful because it's on the side. But it's 7 centimeters. So I said, hey, it's a 7 centimeters. And in Asia, you know, all the girls so stupid. You know, metric system. They think 7 inches. Ha ha ha. You know, so okay, do the math. Oh, you've been full all this time. Oh, it's so good. But Max hasn't put it in yet. Oh, I was just getting ready. Some people are laughing. They get the joke. Other people going, what's so funny? That's what she said last night. You know, you should check something out. You know.
All right, y'all. I'm too drunk. I'm too drunk for my own good.
What are you drinking?
Just beer.
Just carbonated beverage, you know?
He's like, yeah, you know, lots of liquid.
Just carbonated nonsense.
Oh, yeah. I should have
a whole bunch of water with a little bit of alcohol.
Exactly. You don't get dehydrated that way.
Wait, I'm going to get some whiskey.
I'm going to go.
That sounds tasty.
Okay.
I'm going to go.
Don't pee. Don't pee. Oh,
Max.
So Valhalla, you get Mrs. Valhalla is not mad at you or anything for drinking too much on a Thursday, but it's okay. So, you know, because you're going to wake up.
She's been out of town for 3 days. She just got home tonight.
Okay.
3 beers just jumped on over on the Rumble side and says Val has a pretty mouth.
Mm-hmm.
3 beers likes everything that's going on here. He likes it all.
Really? She has a fantasy. Okay.
Love you, 3 beers.
You can do
Love
the
you,
fantasy.
3 beers.
Oh, this is... I gotta fix
so
this
if
watch.
I would,
It's a really crappy watch, but it kind of looks cool. I'm gonna take it apart this weekend.
It does look cool.
Broken. It has a Japanese movement inside it. It's quartz, but I think I can fix it because it doesn't work. Yeah.
I have faith in you, Max. I think you can fix it.
And if I don't, it doesn't.
I'm going to take this opportunity to say goodbye real quick. Max, I love you, buddy. American Shirts. Sorry that you haven't been able to say anything.
Yeah, where's American
we've been
Shirts?
talking. Darth, buddy, you know I love you. Koolfrogg, I appreciate you and thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Chat, love y'all.
Go check out that goat fucking farm.
That goat fucking channel.
That goat fucking channel. That's the one. That's the one.
Take care, Val.
Take it easy, y'all.
Good night.
Again, thanks, Koolfrogg. I'll probably be watching in the background for a little bit as I lay down. So I'll be listening. But I need to go lay down.
No, and don't forget, you have to brush your teeth before you go to bed. Don't be gross, otherwise you wake up with no teeth.
I'm probably not going to do that. I'm going to be honest. I'm probably going to go pass the fuck out. I'm probably not going to go brush my teeth right now.
You do that. Later, bro.
Later, y'all.
Hey, look,
love you, chat.
Spider-Man head. Look, hat. I got a new hat. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hello. This is a lampshade. I'm going, hey. Hey, hello. I'm your new neighbor.
Hey, America Shirts.
Where are you? Is he muted? Hey, you're muted. We cannot hear you.
America Shots. Turn on your camera. Just kidding. Turn on your microphone. America Shirts Are First.com. So if you go to AmericaShirtsAreFirst.com, only the most base shirts on the planet, you use promo code Koolfrogg, you get like 15% off anything in the store. I'm pretty sure that most likely he was working today at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And
he passed out.
I don't know if maybe we put him to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We lost shirts.
Oh shit! I lost the letter.
Not positive.
Sometimes I think you just be sitting there listening, like, no, I'm not even gonna unmute. I'm not even gonna address this.
Just like,
and then he'll just jump in and troll
for me, and not right. Shirts. Charlemagne was wondering if you're around.
Yeah, your fan club is your adoring fans.
Fan club's looking for you.
They're seeking the shirts.
America Shirts
Are first.
Did you guys watch Madcore's review of some? I don't. What was it? Madcore's review of something.
Tonight.
I watched Madcore's review of a certain conversation held on a channel called Griftcast.
That was it. Yeah, that was it.
Do I have to relive this a third time? Okay.
No, shut up. It was very long.
We haven't only been talking about this shit all week.
No, I don't want to talk about it then. It's kind of okay. But,
we did
as long as Divinity's cool and she's all right and she's not like, her channel's not deleted or anything. And fine, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, so far as I know, she seems to be good. We'll see if the Farron keeps perpetuating it, and if not, I don't think much more is going to come of it. But it was quite the display from our journalist friend, and I use both of those terms very loosely.
I'm like my, whenever I join meme. Usually, like on his channel, I start drinking and then I end up really drunk. But I haven't. It's daytime here still, and so I'm not drinking. I will maybe a bit later, but I mean the clips and things that have been excerpts, and I've seen and watched them. This is over a couple months too.
Oh yeah.
And so what I'm surprised with is when the person denies absolutely that they had not been drinking their own. I'm going like, okay.
Take it from somebody who does plenty of this. I know what it looks like.
Then what is? Wow, that's difficult because usually, I'd like to say, even though it's not true, I'd like to say all the really stupid things that I say, the things I regret, I would like to blame it all on alcohol. That's what I would be doing. I was like, yeah, I'm drunk, and there's a limit. You can't be constantly going out and saying, yeah, Max is drunk. Sorry. That's why scratch your core, or I did your sister in front of your mom, and they walked in, and I continued because I always like to finish. You do stupid things when you're drunk or high or under the influence. And then if you keep on doing that, if I was as drunk as I am on Friday nights for work or regular stuff, I'd kind of be in trouble, I think. Or you'll be very popular. There must be people who have beyond entertainment performers that have actually been under the influence, and because we're not allowed to say, oh, they were actually successful, not like high performing whatever, but I think there are great performances that were actually under the influence, like on theater on camera, but and you didn't realize it, or maybe you did. Anyways, yeah, that's what I kind of thought was strange.
One of my favorite comedians was a heavy abuser of all different kinds of substances, and he's no longer with us. But you could tell every time he took stage what he was likely using at the time. Mitch Hedberg, I don't know if you ever heard of him.
I was going to ask.
Oh, yeah, hilarious.
I was going to ask. I thought with Mitch Hedberg that people thought he was under the influence, but he actually wasn't.
Oh no, that's not the case. He was like all the things you suspected he might be on and his different shows.
Sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm very sure of this. It's a pretty sad tale because that's how he went, was an overdose. Yep, that was a sad story. Very tortured guy, man. Very tortured. Like
the only thing because I couldn't stand to didn't have the timer kind of to go through the entire review of the Griffcast, but I thought it took a long time. When I saw the Divinity's clip which showed 4 excerpts from her preview, to me that it was clearly just she had taken Lisa Ling, or was it Lisa Ling or Laura Ling?
Lisa Ling.
Sure it's
yep.
Lisa?
Yeah, okay. I think that's it.
Because I kept on saying Laura. Anyways, of her documentary, that she'd done 11 years ago, so.
Yep.
And put her own voiceover and narrative on it without explanation, without any attribution, as if she had done that. And to me, that was kind of just really weird. And when I hear the argument,
how that generally was conveyed.
This was done transparently to provide a preview or a setting for the preview. I would have understood that if you'd simply said, this is Lisa Ling's documentary from 11 years ago.
Yep.
And just taking it and using it in context to set it. That would have made sense. But the way it was done to really, it's a kind of a taping over, putting
a dub
narrative, and it wasn't because
really her own narrative either. It was the same narrative. She just
it was not even as good. It was If it was something like, Mac's accent's so strong, I can't understand what the hell you say, and it's fine. Put a narrative over it, but it wasn't the case. And I just thought, okay, that's kind of verse. I thought, wow, that's an amazing catch. Now I've seen in the past month or so. I mean, I've had this guy who's shilling for this former senior government official, shilling for him, trying to suggest that his thought pieces are analysis on what's going on with government bonds or China or whatever, that I would forward it, share it with, say, a friend who heads Bank of New York Mellon here, or a politician. And so I ran those things through a plagiarism checker. And then you find out, what the hell are you sending me? This part's cribbed from a December 22 Telegraph, UK Telegraph article, the author, and this one's from a Credit Suisse report. And the guy first started saying, who do you think advises those people? Where do you think they got it from? I said, no, the dates don't work out. I mean, your guy is writing these in early January, and this stuff is from December 22nd, and the wording and the metaphors and everything, they're just they're ripped out, and he came back, and I said, this is no good that you are presenting this as very expensive original thought, and it's just really cribbed together, and it's it just, it happens at all levels. And I don't think when people go, wow, no, it can't be, I'll say, yeah, you'd be oh, by the way, the current president of the United States, he's done a number of he first I think when his first bid, he had a speech, and you can go back and check it when it was, but he had basically cribbed the notes from a UK labor leader named Neil Kinnock.
Yep, back in the 80s.
Yeah,
and then
Frog knows all about this.
And when
history.
you comment on somebody cribbing notes or plagiarizing, again, this is where I appreciate what seeing is believing, and this is what Divinity did. With the Biden cribbing, you really need to go back and check the. You can find the speech that Kinnock did, and I think some people that did played it alongside each other, and then you really see it. Holy, how can you get away with that? And he did it again somewhere else. Anyways,
he did it twice, because he ran twice before this last time.
And when you do that, and usually how if you had a dog, and somebody farted, and you go, oh, the dog did it, or they blame it on the dog. They tend to blame it on their aides, or I think there's cases where comedians have stolen jokes from each other, and maybe at least one person has blamed it on his writers, which is a really lame thing to do.
Carlos Mencia.
Yeah, and in Japan, it tends to, with political scandal, you have these aides who, incredibly seem to get blamed and commit suicide. I think they get killed, and they get scapegoated. They get pointed as a source of the corruption, if that's possible, and then they mysteriously kill themselves. But no, if you're the person, you're putting this out, this is my piece, this is my thing, who are you going to blame? Anyways, that was kind of the other thing that was nobody mentioned, but this is kind of funny, was Divinity put another clip. You find it when a fan was angry at this person named Lauren Chen, and you can find it on Divinity's channel. And so this is what kind of gets Lauren Chen. I didn't know much about her. She's hot looking. She's apparently half Caucasian.
Roaming millennial. Yeah.
But she was born in Canada and Singapore, went to private schools. Yeah. She's pretty cool. And actually, she's pretty kind of base. She's not really woke. 5 years ago, she did a video. She goes, she doesn't get onto this. The weird thing is, one of the things that the left wants to do, even if you don't think you are a minority, whatever, you need to be one. So, because you need to, the next step is to say, now you belong, you have to identify as this label, and now by virtue of this label, now you're one of us. And she doesn't, and they remind you, like, and by definition, everyone has a victim story. What's your victim story? Oh, come on. And you think about it. Oh, made fun of Max. No, she doesn't get into that. She doesn't buy into that either. And part of that was she explained how she was brought up. She was never made to feel like, oh, someone might say something ignorant based on ethnicity, but that's just somebody being stupid. Those are her words, and similarly, that's most of the time. So I thought, okay, that's cool. She's pretty big. So then it was weird. What I don't even the accusation was, oh, you took my stuff, bitch. But 36 seconds into the clip that Vinetti has, she starts going on with this accent. And I'm thinking, like, okay. And just in case I'm in doubt, she starts going like, General Chow's chicken, let me see. So I go, oh, you're trying to do an Asian accent on this chick you don't really know, but you're really pissed off at. But here's the thing that gets me was, it's not a really good Asian accent. I mean, it was one of my favorite Mad TV things, which was Alex Bornstein's Mrs. Swan. And you're going, oh, that's an Asian accent. I would have thought so too. But then the comedian, Alex Bornstein, she actually said, no, she had like a Lithuanian grandmother. And that's her. And actually, if you look at some of the Mad TV episodes, where her long lost father comes in and all this, you realize, yeah, it's just the same way Borat pretended he was from Kazakhstan, and he would riff off using a bit of Yiddish and Romanian stuff like that, and make up this fake language. She was riffing from whatever it was, I don't know, Lithuanian and but Mrs. Swan wasn't Asian, although, you just say, hey, the bunny nail salon, that's pretty Asian to me. Here's the thing, going back was her accent, her take was really like a Mrs. Swan accent. It was kind of funny. But then I kind of thought, why are you doing that? That's just like,
because she can't do a proper Canadian accent.
No, it wasn't. And here's the funny thing: it's like, and not that she was having a conversation with Lauren Chen, and Lauren Chen's, honestly, if she was like 90% of those YouTube personalities out there who are Asian, they would have gone, oh, that's racist. Two things. One, I don't think, based on what I understand, my limited understanding of Lauren, that's not her, and she didn't care about that. And I don't think she really cares who the counterparty is, so she wouldn't even, think about it. But it was kind of funny. 36 seconds in, I go, oh, okay, that's funny.
But, I mean, she's a fairly well-known creator who's been around for a great many years. I'm sure she's had a lot better people say a lot worse.
Yeah, no.
And she didn't have time for that.
I don't think she ripped stuff off, and
no,
and it got worse that week, I think, for her, because then she was upset at Jeremy, and it was like, oh, so somebody was not having a good week, and I thought, oh, well, maybe the first thing that came into my mind is, if I have a bad week, I think, oh, hey, why don't you have a drink? But I said, no, I don't know, but probably that's not going to help. But, the first thought that came to my mind, yeah, hell, you need a drink. But, which I think I'm going to get in a few minutes from now. Yeah. What is this?
What's up?
Yeah, somebody said, yeah, you'd be surprised if Lauren knew she was.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. Like, I'd be very, I mean, I'm sure one of her supporters probably sent it to her, and I'm sure she was probably like, oh, yeah, that's dumb. I don't, moving on.
It's just like,
there's a question for us. Dictionary Diva says, what about the population crisis in China?
Yeah, there's too many of them. Drop a bomb. I don't know. Sorry.
I mean,
it's not yet. Well, so it's timing. You got this demographics, but you got this drop. But yeah,
there's a very tried and true way to thin out your male population extremely efficiently and quickly. It's been happening for all of human history. It's called war.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd say castration, or
No. It's just called war.
Did you see earlier though? Did you not see earlier what I posted? on Chinky Eye Joe, my my not racist Twitter handle. I think I did post her. Yeah, I just posted something. Which I also what did I do? It's actually a study from a Chinese university. In where is it? Okay, so if you go to Chinky Eye Joe, it says, I like Coca-Cola, ladies, skate, roller, rock and roller, don't do drugs, kids, too expensive. My pronouns are Tenno/Chinko. You are welcome. And I put Blaking, Chinese university study on rats, Chinese rats. This is true. Drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi leads to larger testicles, more testosterone. And the title of the paper is Carbonated Beverages Affect Levels of Androgen Receptor and Testosterone Secretion in Mice. And the PDF is, I renamed it as Confucius Say Coca-Cola Rock and Roller .pdf. It's kind of a boring paper, and other people have covered it. But that is the paper I posted, so people can actually read it rather than the just the citation. But I think it's a stupid study because, I don't know, maybe I'll read it again. You're giving first of all, it's on rats. And what? Is it the caffeine? Is it the sugar that you're giving them? And fine, you know, I don't think I don't think it's
I can confirm Max drink Coke for years now. I carry my balls in a wheelbarrow.
Oh, no. That means, did you not show the picture of the raccoon dog, the tanuki? Did you show that? No.
We did, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what you do. Well, you know what? Wasn't it Bill Clinton? He was always drinking like Diet Coke or something. Yeah. Oh, here's a connection. Yeah, you're going, why are you going off topic? I'm not. I'm going back to this topic of, what's her name? It was Lisa Ling, right? Are you sure it's Lisa Ling?
Yep.
Ling-a-ling. Because I kept on calling her Laura Ling. Okay. So, do you know what? Yeah, okay, this is the same bitch. Okay, sorry. So, sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's a very bad.
Keep on calling her that because of the other person that's involved, the Lauren Chen or whatever. So it's kind of.
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying, you might be mixing up the first name on that, but yeah.
No, I mixed her up with. Oh, so she was. You know why I call her Laura Ling? Now I get it. I'm such. They all look alike. It's not my fault. Look, this is the mistake I made. They do look a freaking alike. Listen. You look at her younger sister is Laura Ling. Lisa Ling's younger sister is Laura Ling, who's also a journalist. Okay, you're going. So what?
All journalists look alike.
Is the journalist who with another Asian woman were accused by North Korea of entering their country illegally in 2009. And they were detained from May of 2009 to August. And they actually were sentenced to 12 years in North Korean prison. Until, now remember I talked about Bill Clinton and all the Diet Cokes he used to drink and everything else? You know, and we know he likes a pussy. Well, he flew over and he rescued the two Asian women. And they fly back on his plane. Yeah, so that's why we know Bill had that yellow monkey on his back all that time. He's like, hey, maybe I'll check it out, you know? And that's why I was confused, because I kept on thinking originally that was Laura Ling. So Lisa Ling is the older sister of Laura. Yeah.
Interesting.
And so that was Bill Clinton actually flew over.
Here's an interesting one for you.
I got two bitches on my plane, you know, and her sister actually had, I think she has two kids, and one of them, they have a kid. I think they called him Kai Jefferson, Clayton, whatever. Because the middle Jefferson, Bill, William something Clinton. Jefferson Clinton. Yeah. Maybe he's the daddy. Look at they had a daughter that was born in 210. Could that be? Oh, you have Bill's eyes. Okay, that'd be funny.
Somebody had something to say about you wanting to just go ahead and remove China from the face of the planet. Beaver says, from the Rumble side, says, what is he even talking about? China has too few young people, too many people, not too many people, too many old ones, and not enough young ones to support them. Same issue as Japan, really.
Okay, so
China is now.
I know. Okay, look, like any other population, Chinese population is now declining. So you could have predicted this before
because they did the whole one-child thing for so long.
So yeah. So yeah. It's not like saying, "Oh my God, it's happening now." It's suddenly without any reason. They're shrinking like your balls shrink when it gets cold. Right. But you're going to have some. You're going to have also the fertility rates are going down, and stuff like that, and yeah, and also they are probably not drinking enough Coca-Cola and Pepsi, and so that's maybe that's what those researchers are doing.
Has the highest birth rate in Asia, 1.14. Is that true?
Where?
Thermal says Japan has the highest birth rate in Asia, 1.14.
Which Japan. Is full demographic collapse rate.
Which 1.14 is not enough to actually continue to create civilization. You need 2.3 or something like that?
2.2. So at the very bare minimum.
I don't
still about 50% away from where it needs to be for
Yep.
Civilization to exist.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
Birth rate per what? Per 1,000 people, or what's how you?
Yeah, that's right. 2.3.
2.3. 2.2. Hey, if that's nowhere near either of those numbers.
I am so confused. Okay. The birth rate per 1,000 people, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, for the entire population. The only places that are actually well above replacement levels on the face of the earth are a bunch of countries in Northern Africa and the Middle East.
Okay.
Everything else is
which, if you look at what the Middle East is currently doing in Syria or whatever, with these camps of young boys that women are actually creating to birth children because they don't have enough adult males around.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird, kind of strange.
Well, they have
sorry. Now I get it. Okay, I'm
managing that.
Okay, so it's the fertility rate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fertility. Who's the highest? Japan, China?
Middle East.
Hmm?
China is having issues because they had the one child
like Japan, 1.3.
Right. They had that one child for the longest time. They just raised it to 2 children per family.
Korea's even lower. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. It's like 0.8. It's like, holy shit. There are some countries here that are. Oh, Russian Federation is only 1.5. Damn. Ukraine 1.2. US 1.6. UK. Oh, well, the Vietnamese are 2. Oh, okay. So sexy. So good. Who's the highest?
Dictionary Davis says the highest birth rate in countries is sub-Saharan Africa.
Yep. Niger is current leader with 6.7.
Oh, you can't say that word. You have to say.
Well, that's why Bill Gates likes to go to those places like Africa and talk about Planned Parenthood and a little bit of depopulation.
Minnesota is right up there. Somalia, 6.4.
Maybe
Okay.
sterilization.
I see you. I see you. Okay. Yeah. You want the bomb. You want the bomb. Oh, okay. That's true. Oh,
Welcome
you
back,
know,
Shirts.
I find it funny. Afghanistan is for like 4.8. You know.
Yeah,
Actually,
the
oh, hey.
the Middle East and a lot of like Western and Sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh. Well.
That's
If you
why
look
when
at the
there's
map,
countries, whenever they see the UN trucks and all the people with the hats on, you know, like that, and the people with the lab coats, now
Okay.
they run.
You know what?
They
You know what's who's
freaking
going to save the
run
world?
for
I
their
think you know
lives.
who you know who's saving the world already, and you fuckers don't appreciate it, and who will save the world? I look at their fertility rate of 2.8, and they are saving you. They're nurses and caregivers. The Philippines, yes,
Nice.
yeah, I like Philippines. Yeah, I like food. I like the food. And yeah. Oh, Mac's so stupid. He look at Georgia and he go, "Oh, 2.0, but it's not the Georgia that he know. You know, right above Florida." That's okay.
That's
Oh
the
well.
Georgia that
although
we
that
call
Georgia
home.
might be right at 2.0 too.
What gets me is Ireland is like one, like all the kind of Western, you know, the U.S., Ireland, New Zealand 1.6, everyone, UK 1. Everyone's at this 1.6 number, except Germany. They kind of go down to 1.5 in Russian Federation. But who in the Western?
Sweden's pretty low too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ours
you
is
know
pretty
what?
low.
Who?
The West
Australia,
is pretty
really?
low. There's no way. Australia, yeah, they're probably pretty low on
They're below
demographic.
replacement level.
Oh, Italy's because of their aging demographic. Italy's are like 1.2. So you also have okay. So countries where you have that invert, that triangle or whatever, where you have like suddenly like more senior citizens than whatever. That Italy, Japan, I don't know UK, but definitely there was a point where sales of adult diapers exceeded that of baby diapers in Japan. I don't know when that happened, but that's a fact. Yeah, there's your tipping point. Yeah.
See that? Teen boys are being used as whatever to impregnate ISIS women at Syrian detention centers, including where the U.S. jihadi bride Hoda Mathana and Brit Shamana Begum live to increase the caliphate population. So I mean, they're like, even they themselves realize that their population's pretty much dwindled to the point where they need to actually do something to get the population up again. And they're creating camps of 13 and 14-year-old boys where they're actually forced to increase the population. So it's not just an issue
When
here
was
in the
this?
West. It's everywhere. When is this? Look at February 23rd, 2023, 11:52. This is today.
Okay, here I got this. 7 years ago, 2016, that's when adult diapers started outselling infant diapers in Japan. Yeah.
Interesting.
Of course, you know, maybe that was taken up by these, you know, those hentai people with a baby fetish. Who knows? You know, let too many of them come in. They're all coming from America. Yes.
Well, you know, with you know, not so very you know, booming populations in the Western countries and such. I mean, I may have something to do with that. Me and my pink sweater.
Here we are. Look like a man. Yes, somebody wrote look like a man.
Thermos is between the deaths and kidnapped kids. Ukraine as a people are finished. It's sad. I kind of think they kind of did it to themselves, but that's just my own personal
Oh
opinion.
my God, their population has decreased by like 2/3 or more now. The entire population,
They're
because
saying the
they've either
average-
migrated out of the country or all of the men have been just slaughtered. So
Right.
like
They're saying the average age of man on the front line is like 4 hours in Ukraine.
Oh, another North Korean missiles. They said they launched it. I don't know.
Slava Ukraine. Had to throw that correction in there. Sorry,
Huh? The what? No. I think that's going to be one of the things that people will regret saying over and over and over and over and over again.
Yes, indeed.
Beaver's over on that Rumble sign saying Ukraine will be fine.
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
With all the money you're sending,
I believe everything my globalist masters tell me.
Shadowman says, if I fall asleep, best panel ever. Awesome. Thank you. Glad y'all like it. If you like it, make sure they hit that like button for me. The adult male
so
population
this guy is looking for my son's prof on Russia. He's one of the top Russian defense analysts. And he said, and I guess he put something funny today, but he put it in Russian, and I think some people will spaz out at him because he has a good sense of humor, And I think he put it in Russian.
Well, Russian and a good sense of humor are two things you're not allowed to have anymore.
His wife is Russian too, and he is.
Beaver's over on that Rumble sign saying America Shirts needs to bring it better than that.
Bring what? The pink sweater?
No, just it.
What's that mean?
Yeah, all the it that is America Shirts. America Shirts is low energy tonight.
He wouldn't put it in Japanese. He would put it. He tweets in Japanese, but I'm pretty damn sure he put it in Russian. And somebody got upset. I'm trying to find it, but maybe. Oh no, that's from TASS, Russian news site. Oh, maybe he didn't. Maybe he got rid of it. Maybe Twitter took it down. Funny. Okay, that's weird. Okay. Well,
Toybox says now you're going to get the people that defend marrying 16-year-olds in here. And
who?
As far as that goes,
what do you mean? From what?
Oh, if you actually look back about a week ago, looked like Wyoming was actually pushing. They were complaining that Wyoming was pushing to leave a law in place that allows 16-year-olds to get married. Democrats are like, no, we need to change that. We need to change that now. Republicans are like, no, we need to leave it where it's at. Leave it at 16. It's okay. I mean, you go back in time or whatever. Like Darth said in chat, 100 years ago, being pregnant at 14 or 15 was normal. We've only lately been pushing you should be waiting until you're 21, 22.
If you can identify, and I think it's allowable in certain parts, if you have cases where you have communities and these are clearly consenting teens, it's not an issue with parents. Right. You do have those who are allowed to marry. However, if you put in a law and it does something unintended, that it suddenly gets people off that are charged with different forms of abuse, and they can get off on that as a loophole, then I think, well, okay, that probably is not a good law to put in. And I do think actually depending on where those areas and jurisdictions which allow for marriage at a lower age, there has to be something where they account for it. They do account if the other counterparty is like 87 years old and the woman is like 16, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when the difference between an 87-year-old and a 16-year-old, yeah, no. I want to say when I looked at it or whatever, it was the law was that that they both had to be.
You thinking of like the Romeo and Juliet laws or whatever, or provisions or something?
Okay.
Where it's like if there's an age difference between like 2 or 3 years between someone who'd be considered a legal adult and someone who's not. They're both like teenagers.
There was a very small window for a 16-year-old to be able to marry an 18-year-old. Like they would have to be almost turning 17 type thing or whatever. It's a really fine law or whatever, but yeah, Democrats were trying to actually eliminate that law that was in place or whatever, and Republicans were trying to keep it because they're like, no, it'll open up too many other things in the state of Wyoming for them to actually take that law away. It wasn't. They didn't even care. They didn't even care about the age of 16. They were more concerned about the rest of the stuff that would have come along with it. Wyoming does not like democracy. They're Republicans. Other than Liz Cheney.
Miss Piggy.
Oof. Big oof.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, I got a cookie.
No.
What is it?
Madeleine.
Oh, it's French. Oh, great. What's this?
Madeleine.
Oh, Madeleine. Oh,
Madeleine.
Ghetto Shirota. Man. These are expensive. Are these bribes? Yeah. Oh, awesome.
Strictly bribe is this.
Oh,
Don't
that's a bribe?
you love a good bribe?
Who wrote this?
It's a book 10 years ago. The boss gave it to me.
Oh, Richard Crack. Who's Crack?
Well, he's
Clark? Robert Nake.
Doing the call. So.
Oh, okay.
While he's doing that.
Oh, Clark and okay, great.
Can drinking water before bed burn 46 pounds in 2 weeks if you are struggling? Can drinking water before bed burn 46 pounds
God, these commercials.
if you are struggling to lose?
Also, just an hour or so ago, President Obama announced that, President Biden.
Oh!
Just an hour or so ago, President Obama announced that, President Biden.
Oh, really?
Whoops! Like a little bit of a slip of the tongue there. Gee, what do they call that? When it's like it's a slip of the tongue, but yet
Freudian
it's kind of
slip?
true.
Freudian slip.
Yes, thank you. Freudian slip.
Also, just an
Freudian
hour or so
slip
ago,
there.
President Obama announced that, President Biden.
When was this? Recent? No, this is not recent.
This is recent. This is as of the 23rd. It's now just turned the 24th for us within the last few hours. So earlier today, because we haven't gone to bed yet, she comes out and President Obama announced that. Pardon me, President Biden. Wow.
Also, just an hour or so ago, President Obama announced that, President Biden. Whoa! That is news.
It would be.
I'm not so sure it was actually news. I think that she was actually telling us the truth, and she kind of made a mistake. She's, I mean,
Obama announced it 3 times on television before Biden got in office. So,
Do you think No, she didn't do it intentionally, fake intentionally, you know?
Also, just an hour or so ago, President Obama announced that, pardon me, President Biden.
Okay, so
she
she
did
didn't
that
do it.
pretty flawlessly, though, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
see that she was pretty smooth about catching herself. She's like,
It's
President
almost as though
Obama announced
nobody
that-
in this White House can
President
actually refer to Joe Biden as being the president of the United States. Like nobody can bring themselves
Not even he
to
himself
even
calls
say
himself
it.
the
No,
president.
he can't do it
calls
himself. It's always deferred to his wife or Kamala Harris, who doesn't even know where the hell she's at half the time. And then it's always somehow like when Obama comes around, everybody is swarming him. So, like, I mean, you know.
Okay.
I think everybody kind of knows where the power dynamic actually is going here.
Biden.
Didn't you already know?
That is news. I know. We're going back, not forwards. We got to go forwards. Okay, President Biden announced that the United States is nominating Ajay Banga to be president of the World Bank. As the president said himself, Ajay is uniquely equipped to lead the World Bank at this critical moment in history.
Oh my God.
Ah.
The World freaking Bank.
Who nominated him? The president or the other guy that says that he's the president? Or the guy that says that she's the president?
Obama says, hey, Joe. Hey, Joe.
I would have to say it's very likely that the person
nominate,
that she named is the one who did the nominating. I mean, the first one she named, you know.
What day is it today?
In the real world, it's only Friday. I don't know what day it is in the future. What year is it?
He is a renowned business executive that has spent more than 3 decades building and managing successful global companies that have created jobs and brought investment to developing economies. As president and a CEO of MasterCard and as vice chairman of General Atlantic,
Watch if you go back to
Ajay
the
has a
Bilderberg
proven
Group
track record creating
meetings.
public-private partnerships
See
and
who all
mobilizing
attended. His name's
resources
probably there.
to address.
Sorry, say what, Church?
I was just like making a passing comment, like this guy that they're talking about, like if you go back to the Bilderberg Group meetings last year that they had in DC, his name's probably there as one of the attendees.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thermo says chances that the new World Bank guy is WEF member? Yeah, most likely. Big
I mean, like it's just a total, like they're all the same people. Like it doesn't, you know, like they get into one place and they just all
Probably
float around.
IMF too, if not WEF, if not both.
Where are you going?
I mean,
It's like the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, WEF. Like it's all the same. Bilderberg,
it's all the same
like,
group of people.
They're all people like me who don't like people in, countries to have large populations.
So how about this guy? Governor won't.
What about him? We haven't seen him.
Despite his repeated hospitalizations. Doesn't matter what he's done. This Democratic governor that's sitting there is like, nah, I'm not going to replace him. I'm not going to replace him.
After like a year or more. I guarantee you he will. And he'll replace him with his wife.
He's going to have to eventually.
Who's the Democrat hacktivist who wasn't elected, by the way.
That's weird.
And that's how they'll do it. They get around that. I guarantee you that's probably what's going to happen in the future. But I mean, as of right now, no, he's not,
Shapiro doesn't care. Shapiro's like, yeah, it's fine. Just go ahead.
It's just as fine as the Ohio drinking water there in Palestine, Ohio. It's perfectly fine. Drink away.
Surprise! Now, I'm back. Hey, what happened? Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking about some United States stuff here real quick. Yeah, I got one more for you.
Oh,
got one more for your shirt. Here you go. How about this? You know who Angela Davis's shirts?
Hmm?
Do you know this lady?
Do I know this lady?
Do you know who Angela Davis is?
Not personally, no.
Okay. So Angela Davis is a far-left activist.
Black Panther.
Black Panther discovered a recent episode of PBS finding her roots by Henry Louis Gates Jr. that she is one of the selected Americans who is descended from the Mayflower Pilgrims. Listen to this; it's so funny. She's like, "Nah."
Any idea what you're looking at? That is a list of the passengers on the Mayflower.
No, I can't believe this. No, my ancestors did not come here on the Mayflower.
Your ancestors came on the Mayflower.
No.
You are descended
No.
from one of the 101 people who sailed on the Mayflower.
Oof.
You see that? Look at it. Shit.
Yeah.
Colonist.
You mean I have to pay reparations? Oh,
no,
shit.
Remember there was a white supremacist up in I can't remember, and he did a DNA test and it showed I can't remember, because these things are horrendously inaccurate, and they'll show people, hey, I'm part Japanese or I'm Native American. Well,
like it's horrible. Oh my god.
But in his case, he had, I can't remember if it was Ashkenazi Jewish or it was African American, and it really got to him because you took it at face value, and maybe they kicked him out or something. It was kind of funny. But it's kind of those ancestry tests. The sampling that they do and the means they do it, I think they're incredibly misleading. They get people excited for the wrong reasons or disappointed. And so I wouldn't.
Oh yeah,
but in this case, it wasn't a DNA test. It was on ancestry. So she's African American. If you're African American, you also probably likely have white ancestors, right? So I don't know what
most likely sold by your own people.
What she's conflicted about. It's like,
But this look on her face, this is gold. She's like,
That's a little bit too much to deal with right now.
Did you ever, in your wildest dreams, think that you may have descended from people who laid
Never.
the foundation
Never.
for this country?
Never.
Whoops.
Never.
So she's going to be there's who are in Black Panthers? You have Richard Aoki. He committed suicide in 2009, I think. And you're going, what? Sounds Japanese. Yeah, he's Japanese American, and he was really weird, kind of queer. But he was the only Asian American executive officer of the Black Panthers. He got them their guns. He probably was also, because of his personality, he probably was cooperating as an FBI informant, doing both, either committed suicide because it came out that he was kind of a very helpful informant, or he had cancer, or both. I don't know. But he's just a weird guy. And he was also friends with Yuri Kochiyama, also Japanese American, and she was let's see, Black Panthers, Weather Underground, and there are some other. She was basically a Maoist, Mao Zedong. But when Malcolm X was shot in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York, look for the photos where Malcolm X or Malcolm Little was assassinated on the orders of Elijah Muhammad. Because the photos where there's a woman, black and white photos, you can't really tell, and the fashion those days. But that's Yuri Kochiyama, the Japanese American woman. She was there when he was shot.
Sure.
She was a real nasty sort of left-wing extremist. She died in 2014. The words I just said will get me deleted because Google honored her with all this. Oh, she's a great heroine. But these were the people of the 60s. Remember, I keep on bringing up the book Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver.
Mm-hmm.
So he wrote that when he was in Folsom Prison. These were essays that he wrote when he was in prison. And so he see later, hey, I got to renounce some of the stuff he wrote because it was pretty hard stuff. He wrote stuff about how he would grape. Initially, there were young women in his neighborhood who were black, but later he was writing about this because he explained how he'd go after, people who represented the ultimate prize were white, blonde, blue-eyed women, and graping them. And that was this great catharsis and everything else, which is really effed up. And he admitted it later. But yeah, that didn't stop my dad from giving me that book when I was 10 and advising me to read it carefully. And it's like, that's really screwed up. So you think nowadays, the stuff that they're teaching in school, in class, that's all screwed up. And I said, yeah, okay. Max can imagine some of that stuff. Yeah. I don't believe it. I say, why don't you read this chapter? No, it's all fun.
So the only thing I've really seriously had for articles left was this Ohio thing, East Palestine. Like seriously, like several articles covering this particular subject because there's so many different things that happen from Trump making his way to McDonald's and delivering food to the people.
Dropping off the Big Macs.
Right. Big Macs for everybody. Did you say you wanted fries with that? All the way to Crutch and Whitmer trying to give Norfolk Southern $15 million in taxpayer funds. Buttigieg finally making himself there, complaining about the Daily Caller lady or whatever, and asking her to turn off a camera because he didn't want to actually be on camera. Why? Because he's scared. He knows that that there's a lot of things that went wrong. To the cover up of it, there's an Republican brief actually has an exposed on it or whatever. China is saying that train disaster is a product of U.S. federalism and states' rights. There's so many things to go along with this. And I'm like, you got to be kidding.
See, if you did like CCP and you go full authoritarian.
Joy Bear says East Palestine residents got what they deserved after voting for Trump.
Oops.
Oh, really, Joy? Thank you. Then these 5 that were unalived in a twin-engine plane in a crash in Little Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the EPA people?
Yes, those people.
Oops.
Yes, those people.
Sorry.
It was just 5 people were killed by a twin-engine plane crash in Little Rock, Arkansas on Wednesday. The twin-engine Beech BE-20 crashed in a wooded area after taking off from Little Rock's Bill and Hillary Clinton National Airport en route to John Glenn Columbus International Airport in Ohio. Yeah, right.
It's just like it doesn't get any better.
Right, exactly. It tells its own story. It's so good.
Like it just does not. It does not get any better than like, oh, well, here's all these EPA people in a plane. And like, well, the whole like, East Palestine, Ohio thing, whatever, like, train derailment, all that kind of stuff. God only knows what's going on behind the scenes. Who knows what these people were going to do or what they were going to say, or I don't know what positions they were or whatever. But it's just like, it's just what a, quote unquote, coinky-dink, right? And then it's like, oh, and then they take off from the Bill and Hillary Clinton's airport.
Oh, right? Okay.
When we had a freaking thing get released, what was it, like a day or so? Like, was it today, this past day, or like a day or so ago? When like they were there was this thing about like how somebody allegedly self-deleted themselves They hung themselves from a tree, tied themselves up, and then shot themselves.
Wait! Shot themselves in the chest, and they could not
With a
find the
shotgun.
firearm. They couldn't find. They can't find the firearm, the shotgun. So you're going, okay, that's almost. I remember this case because I thought, oh, this is like Japan. There was a case of a guy who supposedly left his shoes in the lobby. Because you take off shoes. Typed out a suicide note, and then tied his hands behind his back and jumped headfirst 14 stories to his death. Suicide.
Yes, that happens every day. People
wow,
tie their hands behind their back before they do that.
Tied your hand, yeah, because you want to do like the magic trick, David Blaine or whatever, and that. I mean, yeah, even
maybe they really believe in evolution and they're like trying to force themselves to grow wings, but it didn't work.
I mean, the Vince Foster case was interesting because it was in the George Washington Parkway, like from the Key Bridge in Arlington towards, the agency headquarters. So you go down the Parkway. So it was Vince Foster. It was the National Park Service that had jurisdiction and found him. Yeah, I totally remember that because I was attacked on the Key Bridge in between Arlington and Washington, D.C. a long time ago when I was a grad student. And it was funny because I didn't realize at the time that it wasn't the responsibility of Washington, D.C. police that called 911, nor was it on the Arlington side. It was, guess what, National Park Services. Didn't really matter because I was attacked. I maced the guy and he walked over on the Arlington side. That was it. But that was actually a time that somebody called me disgusting. People like you disgust me. And that's because I told this guy, he's a white guy, bicycle coming by behind me. And I said, sir, this guy attacked me. He told me, people like you disgust me. I'm going to help him. And as he did, he was grabbed by the guy, and I heard him go, no, stop. And so I yelled, you fucking let go of him or I'll fucking, it was mace. I mace again. And the guy let go, and the guy continued over, ran away to the Washington, D.C. side, never said thank you. And so, that was one of the fun. It wasn't funny. I got around the guy by jumping over the concrete thing into the traffic and then jumping over. But it was on a Friday and it was in October, and it was sunshiny around 11:15, and but that was a point where I thought, oh, when I get to school, that was Georgetown. I had the payphone, didn't have cell phones then. Called 911, told them what happened. They said, "Oh, it's not our problem. It's Virginia." So I did that, and I think I swore because they didn't really explain it, and I used an F-bomb, and they got upset. And I was in the payphone in Old North on Georgetown, and it was like they were really upset. You don't talk to me like that. You said, and I said, "Do you know who I am?" They go, "No." Because obviously I didn't give my name. I said, good, fuck you. There's somebody on the other side of the bridge, tried to attack me. He's probably high, he's maced, and he's like 6'4", 6'5". So that's your fucking problem. And I hung up. So that was kind of fun. Yeah. But we go back, National Park Service. But people commit suicide in very funny ways,
Right. And then you have
the Murdoch case. The Murdoch case was actually it's not the boating accident, but there was a young gay guy, Stephen something, and they found him on the road, and they ruled, there's some suspicion that the oldest son, Buster, may have had a relationship, but the what do you call South Carolina? Whatever they call SLED, they kind of said, "Hey, no, it's he just got hit by traffic. He might have, he got hit. It was a hit and run." But I think the later evidence suggested he'd been shot in the head. he'd been shot with a gun. You know, big difference. You think, right?
That would be a big difference.
Yeah.
You know.
But the suicides are, there was the deletions. There was in 2000. In 2000, I think Lehman Brothers and SoftBank had decided to take over one of the larger banks called. It used to be called Long-Term Credit Bank. What was it, LTCB? Anyways, they took it over, renamed it Aozora Bank, which was called, which means in Japan, Aozora means blue sky. There's a thing, I think somebody, Japanese TV was interviewing this homeless guy or this guy, and they go, "Where do you live?" And he goes, "I live in the blue sky, in the Aozora Mansions." What's that? And then you realize, oh, he's homeless. He lives in the blue sky mansions. It was a joke. But so Lehman Brothers and SoftBank are going to restructure and bring out this new bank called Aozora Bank. And so there's a guy named Honma, and he had just been the head of Bank of Japan. You know, it's a big position. And he was all excited about being the new president, and he was excited about it. And the press conference, 2 weeks later, he's in this new hotel in Osaka called the Shinhankyu Hotel. And the way it'd been designed, later I advised for a hotel real estate fund, they made it so like the shower curtain, the shower rods and everything else didn't support more than 10 kilograms of weight, okay? So they even had this one of these voice actors, a woman who called down to the front desk and said, you know, there's next door somebody's beating and crying and there's voices, and could you please tell them to keep it down? It's disturbing. Later, when she was contacted, she denied anything. So anyways, this guy Honma apparently committed suicide by hanging himself from a shower rod that only supported 10 kilograms. They kind of ignored all the other evidence, you know, that he had been there were other people in the room and they had been, assaulting him. But officially, he still committed suicide. That was weird, you know, and it was kind of disturbing.
Well, we know also, I mean, just speaking of these prevalent people, because we were talking about, you know, like the Killintons, and, you know, like, I mean, their body count's pretty high, allegedly, in Minecraft, you know. Of course, we all love the Clintons, just to be very clear. We all love
Killian and Killery, we love the Killintons.
Yes, we love the Killintons.
I have a photo with Bill. I can find myself on C-SPAN if I know exactly where to turn. Spent a whole day with him, you know, and safely. He did not try, because I am not a man. But hell, you know, and I know he didn't do any Asian Lewinsky's, because we know that, because as I mentioned earlier, in August 2009, he flew to North Korea to pick up Laura Ling and Wena Lee, the two Asian American reporters who were being detained by Kim Jong-il at the time. Yeah. And they flew back on his plane. So, hey. That's a long flight, you know.
Huh.
You want to join the Mahal Club? And what do you call it when you do a threesome in the, I don't know. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. Okay. You know, there's this comedian called, I think if you look it up, Danny Cho. I don't know, he's not, but this is like a long time ago, 10 years ago. He did a skit, and he's kind of dressed like Kim Jong-il. And if you look it up, Danny Cho, and he's like Laura Ling and Wena Lee kidnapped, and it's kind of funny. And he's going, "Hey, Bill, these bitches are really giving me a hard time. Why don't you come over and pick them up?" And I really like that skit. It's old, it's very corny, but it's well done. You know, maybe I can find it. Danny Cho did a very good Kim Jong-il. You know.
Good night, Dictionary Diva. Have a good one, dear.
Take care, Diva. Sleep well.
Where you going? What are you doing?
Most normal
he also
people
did
are
a
going
very
to sleep
good
at some point.
eHarmony commercial. Kim Jong-il is like on a dating service. Yeah, I think it's this one. He's so sensitive, you know. He was really feeling it. I'll put it into private chat here. It's that one, but Barack. Shit. Oh, I found it. I found the one I wanted about. It's supposed to be Kim Jong Il speaks about Laura Ling and Lena Lee. And so, okay, you see those last two ones I put in there? Okay. Koolfrogg, you there?
I got you.
You don't have to play them. I don't know if there's. Who said that's what I call the little guy in my pants by Bill? I got passion. Okay. So, oh, good night. Diva Dictionary. Okay. I see. Who's, oh, they're JS. Good morning. I can't.
I'm not going to play the first part because of the music in it, but I'll play the
Okay,
second
yeah. And the other one has a bit of Dance Dance Revolution, I think. I don't know. The second one.
I'll check it out here in a second.
eHarmony?
That first 30 seconds on there, they play their music.
Mm-hmm. It's like a commercial.
Hey, you hit me too hard, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I do it. No, don't do that. You talk a lot, you know. You go, hey, blah 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 blah, you know, and then he's a blah 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 blah.
I just thought, some people might have a hard time understanding you.
You saying I'm a bad English person speaker, you know that one?
No,
I am
no.
5 years into spelling bee of no.
Sorry.
Oh, jeez.
It is eHarmony, right? They have how they found each other. But you can't do the first one. The Kim Jong Il talks about Laura Ling and Lena Lee.
I don't know yet.
No. Okay.
Oh, you should be able to do that. There's some music right here.
Yeah, well, after that last scene off the last one, I'm just kind of like, shit. It was an ad. That's all it was. It was an ad.
I mean, everybody thinks that, like, like these dictators and stuff are all bad. Like they just get rid of whoever they don't like. Well, I mean, welcome to America and our
girls,
lovely elite.
They say, you're animal. 12 years concentration camp, labor camp. They suffering. They didn't do any work. They didn't get hammered and do the one. I'm saying that they didn't suffering. No suffering. I have a footage. That one footage.
Look at
your turn. Dance the revolution. Oh, right. Oh, I like this one. It's so fun. You know that one? Oh, wow. Hey, you're not bad. Okay, ignore me. It's okay. Look at this. Loser get hit on the forehead by winner. Come on, let's play. Okay? Ready? Kai, bye. Oh. Hey, you're not. Let me see forehead. Come on, move your bang. You not want the girl. Got you in the forehead. Hit your friend. I'm not saying hit her hard. Just hit her. Punishment fine. You checking for fever or something? What's wrong with you? Okay, we play again. Okay? Ready? Kai, bye, po. Oh, shit. Okay.
No shit.
Okay, I lose.
Morning, Jazz.
Hey, you have a serious face.
Hey,
Why you have a
talking
serious
trash,
face?
Judith. How you doing, dude?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think the game over. Okay. Anyway, obviously, the girls didn't like being here. As you can see, they had bad attitude. They slapped me in the face. They hit my forehead hard. It wasn't working out. So I called my friend Bill Clinton. I said, "Hey, Bill, we need to having a trade.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny! Thank you! I haven't seen you in so long, Pookie, my little jungle juice. And it's so pretty here. It's very exotic.
Oh
It's
my
very,
God.
very tier one. You know what you look like? You look just like Daddy. Do you have Chinese food here? I'm getting hungry. You have Dance Dance Revolution?
Yes.
Oh, it's so fun! I'm so glad to be here. It's so much more fun than the White House. Let's go!
I hate you, Bill Clinton. Bitch.
Oh my
Girl, you
God.
gave me a lemon.
Give me a lemon.
That's good, huh? Yeah, it's old, but it's good. I really like. I thought that was good, and it was good timing. The reason why it came back to me was because it was that documentary was by Lisa Ling, the older sister of Laura Ling. Yeah,
Sure. Or
yeah.
other way around, right? Hello, Apostle Steve. Hello, Michelle Reader. Awesome. Glad y'all here. Hit that like button.
Oh, it's 6:16. Oh, I missed my window of opportunity. I have to go pay some bills. Bill Clinton. It's a lot. I forgot. I have to pay. How much money I have to pay? Holy shit! You know what my gas bill is? I don't know. What is it? It's $200, I think. What's that?
Damn.
Is it? Let me see. Maybe I get the exchange rate wrong.
Negative degrees and my gas bill's like $30.
Oh no, it's not 120. It's $119. Yeah, $1 less. It's but basically $120.
Oh, it's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
that's like average 3 months for me.
Holy shoot!
Yeah,
Really?
right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, absolutely. I usually go about 45. This month it was 35. I was really surprised.
Okay, wait, let's see. So that's
talking trash
per square meter.
Something went right.
I'm gonna figure out in square meter. In I don't know. Do you do natural gas in square meters? It's $1.42 per square meter. I don't. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah. Oh, it goes up. Okay, different amounts. Okay, it's staggered. It goes for like 188. It's even more. Yeah, about 170 per square meter or something like that. Yeah.
Thermos says cubic meters, Max.
Is what?
Said Thermos says cubic meters, Max.
Cubic meters. Okay, so 84. Sorry, not square meters. Cubic meters. Yeah, but how do you measure natural gas in cubic feet? Cubic.
I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't measure it by feet.
Okay, so it's anyway, it's about $1.40 or something per cubic meter of gas. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. No, that's not right. Oh, maybe it is. Okay, yeah. So 16,079 yen for 84 cubic meters of gas. Fuck. Okay. I'm going to go pay it. Cubic foot? Okay.
Americans
What'd you
use.
drop?
Well, I guess
Hey,
we'll catch you later then, Max, or?
Yeah, gonna get going. Oh, are you going? Everyone sleeping?
I don't know, but
Probably should be, huh? Some of you.
I mean,
Okay.
we've only been going for 4 hours.
Right.
Okay, 16,000. I gotta get.
Happy 420, y'all.
Okay, I'll just take $200 out and then put it in there and then transfer it over. Okay, good. Yeah, yesterday was a national holiday here, so that's why I'm all zoned out.
National
checking the
holiday
news.
on a Wednesday or on
It
a
was
Thursday?
a new Thursday
On a
here.
Thursday.
Today's Friday.
Happy 420, Shirley. And
It was the
USA Channel.
it was an new emperor's birthday. And so I'm gonna get
that's right. You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I got these legal alerts, but I don't care. I ignore those because they are not in my area. And I'm gonna go back here and maybe tonight. Okay, so we got some. I ate these Madeleines. They were really good. And there's
What's up,
no
Tweety?
stream. Who's there?
Tweety, U.S. News.
Oh,
Just done.
Last Department water bill was $1,200 for both electricity and water. Wow, that's a lot.
Oh yeah, Kay in the chat.
Oh, that's because you have growing operation. No. Oh, they still do that in the States, I guess. They can figure out if you're doing something with
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Okay, Okay, I'm almost done. I gotta get hopping out of here. It's dark out here too. It's so crazy. It's Where's it? Here's my camera. My camera's on. I got my jacket on too. Actually, it looks like I'm a floating head. It's like
It really does.
Dark?
It's dark.
Can you see anything behind him?
Oh, it's just in this apartment.
Yeah, and I gotta get damn, it's this weekend too. Well, I gotta fill up my whiskey too. I think I
1, 12, 11, 30.
So what are you doing this weekend? You got big stuff planned?
Whoa.
Oh, you still haven't done your Friday yet.
Right, we used to have to do it Friday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as far as that goes, you know, like I told you right at the beginning, I quit my job, so I don't have a job. So, you know, this is my job. I'll be doing, you know, streaming for a regular, whatever. Regular Shticks with Koolfroggs are now the same as they originally were, all week long.
Every single day.
Then every single day. And then we added a morning show, which comes on in
2 hour, hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Myself talking trash and truths. Cover a wake up show or whatever where we actually just have fun for some 6 to 10 hours.
God Almighty, have mercy.
You know, there was
I'm gonna hopefully cut you off early today, though, Frog.
There was a crazy Japanese show, and the just around the late 90s or early 2000, and there was a comedian they nicknamed him Nasubi, or Eggplant. He's a Japanese guy. And they confined him into an apartment, cut him off from all communication. The reality show was you had to live with no clothes. He was totally naked, and he was completely locked into this apartment, no communication. And the only thing he could do was magazines, which he had to get the sweepstakes, their lottery. And so he had to live off the things he would win from those sweepstakes, right?
Sounds like some crazy MK Ultra experiment.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. And somebody did a really excellent YouTube documentary series on it, right? I can't remember who it was, but it was like one of the craziest. And then they actually, it was such a good thing for the producers who were making money, and they would really F with him. They actually then continued it, you know. If it was the U.S., he would have sued the shit out of him, you know. But it was a and the reason why I'm bringing this up is basically Koolfrogg. So I'm just trying to get some people to forcibly lock them in the room. So I mean, you may have locked your son out for the last time ever. You are never leaving. Oh, yo, Penguin Zero did.
Yeah, right. That kid comes and pulls on this. He'll be out. He'll be out for the majority of the day.
Hey, you know how, kid? You know how you didn't like it when Daddy locked out? Yeah. Don't worry, Uncle Max has your back. You know, we're doing reality show.
Wink, wink.
Now he does.
Wink, wink.
You can watch him on TV. You know, he's never going to leave until he wins the contest or you get more subscriber. It's funny. Yeah.
Right there. Wink, wink. Uncle Max.
Yeah. Hey, Daddy.
Be careful. Be careful.
You know, I just sent you the wiki for Nasubi, but then Penguin Zero, you know, Charlie White, he did a thing. It's about 38 minutes. It's called what's the title? Anyway, it was on this just the most. It's very freaky, cruel live stream. Yeah. No, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That really, when I used to watch these things and people were laughing, it was kind of sick. It was like, it's like you're going to school, middle school, and there's always a kid that's being bullied, and you're just, you know, you can't say, oh, I was always there to help. You know, sometimes you just go, hey, fuck, I don't want to, you know, get involved or watch this. That's what it's like watching, you know. Oh yeah, by the way, when they finally when they showed in the YouTube thing, when they finally were going to say, okay, he had made it and he was going to be released, they somehow fooled him into thinking he was in an apartment, you know, with the Japanese things. He didn't realize he had built an entire fake apartment on the stage of the Budokan. This is where the Beatles played in the 1960s, and Cheap Trick named one of their albums, Cheap Trick Live at the Budokan. So all these people are waiting, and so the whole fake apartment walls just blow apart, and he's naked, and all these fans are waiting for him, cheering. It was just kind of really crazy. These are scenes you would see in a movie that would be done, Running Man or whatever. Hot Tub Time Machine too, but this is for real. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Hot Tub Time Machine is great, but I really did like Hot Tub Time Machine too.
Nice.
Oh, someone posted this. Yes. My guess is 1 month.
I was reading Kay's comments. She says, "Hi, people. I just popped in. Heard what you said. My last water and power bill is $1,200, $11.95.
What is Kay in Japan?
Holy shit!
SK in Japan?
No.
Is in the
no,
US?
Actually, just 2 TVs and 2 refrigerators. That's about it.
Where?
2-month
in the US?
bill.
On the moon?
There's,
I think she
yeah, right.
said.
There's really nothing running to speak
Is
of.
that what she said
I think I'm
earlier?
getting jacked. See, I would think that you're getting jacked too. And she says my gas for 1 month bill.
No.
It was 240 plus.
don't
The
know
only
where.
thing running the gas is the stove, the dryer, and maybe the water heater.
Okay,
That's
so-
ridiculous that she's paying that much. Holy fuck.
The first thing you
I don't
do is
remember
you
where she says she's at. So
okay, what is it? It's a gas bill, just a gas bill, right?
that last one was the gas bill that was over the 240. The one that
Okay.
was the water and power, which would be your electricity and water or whatever. She's like $1,200. Like Jesus.
Oh, okay. So I don't know. She's in
California.
California. Okay,
That's why
so-
California. Yeah.
But one thing, if you have these ridiculous water bills, then you're always thinking, okay, there's a fucking leak somewhere sometimes, and that happens.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. There has to be a leak. There has to be something that's just not right.
Yeah,
that
and
water bill's that high. There's no
yeah.
way.
And even if the meter's accurate, if it's the leak is on your side, yeah, that's and with gas,
If I seen it that high, seriously, I would be digging around, finding every single pipe that comes in and out of my house, trying to actually see if there's a leak somewhere, because I would not believe that my bill would be that damn high.
Oh
Even
no,
the
she
gas
lives in
bill being
California.
$250 is ridiculous. Sorry, Shirts, go ahead.
She says she lives in California, so that explains a lot.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm terribly sorry.
That's
one thing
horrible.
you can have is sometimes when they the telco companies or electric companies, if they put cables that are say, adjacent to some of your water pipes, they can within 6-9 months they can if there's ever so slight charge that's running through that pipe, you can cause failure. If it's what is the process? Galvanization. Yeah, so you can cause failure. So there was a case out in Queens in New York, and the whole neighborhood, they were experiencing pipes, and some of them were new, and they were just like getting corroded. And I think it was Verizon, and they denied it. They said, no, fuck off. You guys don't know the science. We know the science, and you guys are stupid. And there were enough of them. I think they finally admitted fault, and they said, yeah, their laying of new cable or whatever was causing the corrosion. And so that's one of the things with if you have an apartment and you have corrosion in the jointer, the metal, the copper. If some people, depending on your layup, you get a new gas heater, for example. In Japan, you get smaller ones in gas heater, and the way that it's just ever so slight, it's a slight electrical discharge going through the pipes, and then 9 months later, you go, what the heck? What, a pipe has corroded, and when I check it in Japan, they go, no, we don't. That thing is impossible. Can never happen. I'll say, yeah, it can. They go, nope, we've never seen it. And I'll say, if they're putting in new in an apartment, but they're putting in new fiber, internet, stuff like that, you could have ostensibly an entire apartment building where, it's kind of like, oh, that was a one-off. That was a one-off. And you could go back and point it out to the power company or to the telco provider. The new cables you put in can fuck up an entire section of apartment. So the reason why is I wasn't sure if that happened to us when above they had water damage from above, and weren't exactly sure. But that's Thank God you
KS
got
in the chat's talking about in the UK, they're paying around $50 a month just to be connected to gas and electric with no use.
Oh, really?
It's a rough currency conversion, but it's a ballpark figure.
Just
So
flat
around
rate for
$50
really,
US
that's
currency.
kind of. Oh, that sounds like that old Saturday morning cartoons that I used to watch. You know those commercials? That's taxation without representation, and that's not fair.
Yes. I mean, the UK. Oh my God!
Cartoons.
Like I don't even freaking Europe at this point. Western Europe. Oh God! Like
what
their whole energy situation and heating and all the rest of it.
Is $3.35. Holy shit!
Oh God.
Okay. Man, I use this pirate channel. I don't watch a lot, but my son does, and I.
Just because we're talking about water bills, I see P. Beaver sitting over on Rumble side saying the source of high water bills is usually toilet flange that does not seal completely or simple constant drip from any outlet such as garden hose.
Yes.
But leaks just so slightly. Gas can be adjusted by lowering the temperature threshold in the water heater. See, and I did the same thing. I turned all my stuff down. My heat does not up as high as normal people's. Mine's like seriously, heat in the apartment alone does not go above 62 degrees. My wife would love it to be at 74, but that's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, you're a freaking what do you call those people? An Eskimo or a what's the native peoples
Inuit?
that are like up north? The Inuits or
Inuit?
whatever. Like
Yep.
yeah, like you're one of those type of people.
It also said in the case of having
Grew up in frickin'
high water
Greenland.
bill, most will credit the access if one proves a repair has made and that the next bill drops precipitously. The sewage treatment fee is constant regardless of usage. You can determine your base bill by looking at the sewage fee. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. Talking Trash and Shoes gifted one Koolfrogg membership, and it looks like it went to Crystal Pontac. Crystal Pontac picked up that gifted membership. Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you, T3. She did another one. T3. Koolfrogg is clearly a polar bear. Nah. Thermo was gifted that membership by T3. There you go, Thermo. Congratulations, bud. Welcome to the Frog Army. Awesome.
Next month is 20,000.
P. Beaver says, hello, Crystal. I haven't seen you in a while. Sweet. All right. Well, what do we got? 4.5 hours. I really don't want to. I got a decent crowd here. There's like 19 people hanging out.
You don't really want to drive us right into the early show,
10
but
sitting over on Rumble.
oh man, people are just like. But Max is fascinating as a guest. Like he has.
He is, and that's
best-
why that's why I'm like, let's do
best
this.
stuff to
I have
talk
a
about.
couple articles on Japan, and who's better than Max?
Oh, you had articles on Japan? Oh, okay, cool.
I did at the very very beginning, right?
Oh yeah, that was on Ukraine, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Japan and Ukraine. Yep.
I mean, there's this thing with this whole knee-jerk thing, the Slava Ukraine. It's I don't think it's recognized as such, but it's just it's kind of like people being forced to say Black Lives Matter or something, you know. And if you don't, then you know.
Yeah, it's a talking point for the establishment's,
Yeah.
New effort.
And there's
Well,
a point.
thing.
There's a guy. Hold on, let me get his channel. It's a terrible. I'm subscribed to him. He just has a terrible name for it because I actually so make sure I get the holy shit. It's Military and Foreign Affairs Network. I don't know who he is. I just knew he was in Army, and he lives in Virginia, but he used to work at so he knows all about the Abrams tank. That's what he drove, or whatever you call it.
Is this KLW News? Whatever.
Let me put into your private chat.
Wheelburger.
No, he goes. No, he doesn't have a name here. Hold on. It goes like this. If you find him on YouTube, to find his channel, Real VOR, the Real Voice of Reason. If you type at the THEREAL and then VOR, that's his channel. But because his channel name, it could be any number of other channels, but it's called Military and Foreign Affairs Network.
Good one, Darth. Slaven Ukrainian.
And the second latest one he did was it's kind of funny, and I was this morning. It was the title is "Leaving Ukraine Because It's Cold." I think the comment was on these specifically in YouTubers that are because immediately he's attacked as being pro-Russian, and he's not. He's just not, forthcoming with the raw Ukraine, and so then people will be upset that he's not being on the right side like everyone else. And he's pointed out the hypocrisy of some of these, specifically Ukrainian YouTubers who were streaming from Ukraine. And he said they are now being very coy about physically not being in Ukraine anymore. They're in Poland or in other countries. And he's went through all the things. If they're in Kiev, there's not really a risk that they're in danger. And we kind of posited the one reason where they might be inclined to leave if they're male, and given their age, is to avoid mobilization, to avoid conscription, draft. And actually, so the legislation in Ukraine is very similar to that of Russia. If you are, if you go AWOL, if you avoid the draft, penalties are severe, up to 10 years imprisonment in the Ukraine, as well as Russia. So understand that. Yeah, his point is, if you're going to be going on about rah and all this, and you're doing this, then there's a point where come clean about whether you are now doing your rah activities because you're at the same time avoiding the draft. Anyways, I like this because there was, when the first talk about certain tanks were going out, because he drove these tanks and he understood them, he explained a lot of things really, really well. It was 4 weeks ago, Jesus, a month ago. If you look at his stuff, I think he called them Battlefield Ukraine, the M1 Abrams to Ukraine, and he did 2 videos on that, and that was good because I understood. He explained certain things that you can do and you can't do, and so I think he works. I think he works in I don't know, as an analyst or something like that. I don't know. I don't ask. But I think he needs, I don't know how he's doing for subscribers. Oh, 57.1 thousand. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's fairly decent size for somebody who's in such a niche, like, area of interest.
It's also not a good area for monetization. Obviously, he has a day job.
No,
Because,
obviously, no. I mean,
is for it's weird for that subject matter. I think you have to go read terms of service and what the current one is. You're suddenly going to get it's verboten. Although I'd be curious to see if you are kind of pro-Ukrainian, you might not be subject to it. You know.
Oh, I mean, they
yeah.
definitely do tend to look at certain people who are have one opinion as far more valuable than people who have other opinions.
It's weird because it's encouraged. Like if you go to a platform like Reddit, they have thing with combat footage, but and you have people, they will post stuff where Russians are getting killed. There are cases where these medics were trying to evacuate, they got bombed, and they're just going, "Oh, it's so great! This is awesome!" and absolutely, if it was the other way around, those people will get their accounts deleted, everything else. But they're kind of like, hey, yeah, the Russians are bad. And even the footage. I mean, so they showed one where an unexploded piece of ordnance went down straight through this I don't know, barracks or a building, and guys going through it, and basically went right through it. He said through the guy's legs, but I wasn't sure if I was seeing half a body there or not, but because it was kind of a Russian, it was kind of okay. Weird.
I mean,
Because
they'll post things all over social media. The Ukrainian soldiers will, like, they'll post all kinds of,
Oh, yeah.
like, they've posted where they ritually sacrifice Orthodox priests and then, like, tie them up to crosses and stab them and have their blood pour into, like, graves that they dig and then set up pagan gods. Like, they do all of this stuff and they post it all over the place, and they're so proud of it and they love it, and everybody's doing the quote unquote Roman salute, if you will, everywhere.
So they have so these platforms like like Reddit, they say, oh no, it's obvious that they might take it down, who knows, but they tend to leave them up. And
sup, Nova? I
explained one thing to my son. I said, look, one of the things that you did in World War II was I would argue you just didn't do the Japanese. You were able to do the Japanese because they weren't like a white race like the German, but you really were successful in vilifying them, to ensure that the enemy was not human. And I gave him an example. I said, Life magazine, it's a great magazine. But one of the things was during World War II, you had I think he was a Marine, and he had a Japanese skull, and he sent it as a present to his sweetheart. And you see the photos it's not like, oh, this is a photo that was not supposed to be shown. I mean, this is in the 1940s, and she's, oh, my beau has sent me a Jap skull, and oh, how nice, and and you're thinking, wow, because the Japanese are not human, and this is a great thing that my boyfriend, my fiance, or my husband is doing. So this would be like, you get the skulls you get on a farm or whatever, but it was just you can find the photo probably, and they have and I'll say you can do that comfortably because you're successful in. Now the problem I explained was once you're successful in that campaign of vilifying, and it is helpful because I said, later you have these guys, and I'm not sure about all this research, but he claimed there was a lieutenant colonel, former gross. And he wrote a book on killing, and he claimed that there's this most human beings, there's this actual natural resistance to killing another human being. And I don't know if this was actually accurate. He cited cases where they go and archaeological evidence of Civil War places where it seemed to be that these guys purposely didn't shoot, failed to kill the enemy, and they could do so because they had that anonymity by being. So he claimed that, and this is what you had to do if you want to have effective country, you have to have them overcome it. And so once you're really, we got a spammer in the chat. If you're successful in that, in the say vilification of the enemy, then you're going to have a hell of a time rolling it back, at peacetime. Which is why, I would say, you will have, and I could totally understand. Well, it takes two. So I would say on one side, it wasn't just the vilification. It was actually people who came out of POW camps and what the Japanese did to them. That, if you were them and some guy goes, "Oh, you should bygones," whatever, you'd punch the shit out of them. So if you look at that, and it was weird because when there was a book called Broken, and the guy he actually later competed in the Olympics or something. But anyways, forget Frank something. Angelina Jolie did a movie, and with any movie based on a true story, you're going to have little inaccuracies or whatever for the sake of the theatrical production. So it was kind of like expected. Oh, that's wrong. This is like a anti-Japanese. No, fuck, then read the book, you dumbass, and understand like this happened. This sort of at least this guy could tell the story, unlike other people who were killed. And I don't think you had that sort of you really didn't have that level of brutality, I think, on the US side. I mean, there's whatever bullshit, but I think that was the part that was really cruel. Here we go. Why do we have adult dating? Well, hey, well, he says XXX18. Oh, you gotta remove them. I don't know how to remove them. Oh, did you delete them already? Oh.
It's already taken care of on the YouTube side, but we can still see it on the
Okay, I see.
on the StreamYard side.
Oh, maybe it's gone now. Oh, it's gone. It's disappeared. Oh, that's too bad. Oh no, it's gone. It's there. It's all there. Yeah, that's why. Oh,
They
maybe
changed them.
never
They
know.
changed them a
have-
little bit. They changed the beginning sequence as opposed to just saying either XYZ or XXX. Is now it says XXX18. So that one's new. That one's not been blocked before.
Oh, hey boys. Okay.
But that'll be taken care of in the banned things in the YouTube studio.
Let's see. When was this account created? Go to the page. Go to the about. Oh, there you go. Joined February 24th, 2023.
So 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
Literally.
Hey, what's blue ammonia?
What's
toxic?
Blue ammonia?
I don't know.
Oh, low carbon. Okay, ammonia. Who cares? Okay. Oh, we could use ammonia for LNG for, or you blend it with coal for electrical generation, I guess. Yeah. Coal. Oh, and then for a lot of things you can say we're not burning coal. We're doing LNG. Oh, okay, that's smart. Oh, it's going to come out of Texas. And also they're building stuff in Australia. Who cares? Blue ammonia. You just make the freaking natural gas. What is it? You're making fertilizer, right?
Janina 2 says,
Yeah.
what's the topic, Froggle Pop? Well, I mean, we reduce news politics because it's a normal news politics day, and we actually have somebody by the likeness of Max Murrow with us here. So it's been an awesome 4.5 hours going on 5.
Oh, you should go and get some breakfast now or something. It's
maybe
I think. Oh
well.
Hey,
I'm
this is a great article. This is a great article. This is very bad timing. They says a startup up in northern Japan in Sapporo. The headline is Sapporo startup. You're gonna like this, everybody. Sapporo startup to take tourists on balloon rides into space.
Oh my God!
Great. Hopefully not over the U.S.
Oh, everybody is aware. Oh, this is a great.
You better not bring your space balloon here.
U.S. shooting down every single flying object that's ever been in the sky now because oh my gosh.
I mean, okay, so it must be.
They see business opportunity.
It must be a real problem. Because you weren't detecting them because the radars are set for fast-moving objects. So now you realize slow-moving objects. Okay. Oh, okay. You're going to get a lot of false positives too. So it's not a sustainable solution. You're going to have to figure out how much does it cost for each sortie if it's for that kind of shit, somebody else's balloon or stuff like that. But here it is. It was an Asahi article. I put the link in the private chat, but it was. You should see the photo. The photo of the balloon cabin is a round sphere, and there's a woman smiling, sitting
Hold on.
It is hilarious because you're thinking, oh yeah, I look familiar, like the one in the ocean. Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah, see? Cool.
But what is your opinion on that whole balloon thing, by the way, before I hop and skip out of here? Like, what is your opinion about the whole, like, Chinese supposed weather balloon, supposed, oh my God, spy balloon?
Oh,
like,
so
did you address this earlier, or like?
No, I didn't, but they were just sending them all for a while. They were over Japan, and when the defense minister at the time, maybe he said off record. Anyways, at that time, he thought interpretation of Article 84 and the Japanese thing meant he couldn't take aggressive action to shoot it down. But I mean, hindsight being 2020, you could say, well, because there are said to be explosives on that balloon in case of whatever to self-destruct, you could just if you just argued, hey, there's explosives and that's a danger, then it doesn't violate 84. Shoot it down. But certainly they've been regularly going over not just the U.S. but other parts of the world, and I think that for the most part, 60,000 feet is pretty high, right? That's how many miles is that? About almost 13 miles up. And just keep that in mind when people say, oh, you could shoot it down. Well, no, 60,000 feet. I mean, maybe how far would a rifle? 3.5, 4 miles at most, It's not going to hit 12, right? That's where you're laughing, where somebody goes, I could just go up in my small, single-engined airplane. No, you don't go. You can't go up to 60 on that height. So, now, yeah, you're going to have this. I think you have a tracking and management issue, which you can do, I guess. I'm not an expert in that, but I do think, yeah, you need to. If you're going to be also from now on tracking for slower moving objects, you're going to have that issue of how do you filter for, and this is the same thing you actually have with these autonomous vehicles, right? The lidars and that initially, yeah, they're shitty, and two things. You have false they identify the wrong thing, and what's even worse though is when they don't detect the things they're supposed to. And I think to this day, those autonomous vehicles, they are not good at detecting things like motorcycles, right? Yeah. So this is a great opportunity for all those defense makers, the software, hardware, and everything that are tracking, because and it also puts attention on those areas of already you have. Look at all those different plans, those different activities right now, current and future, on low orbit satellites. A little bit up. I mean, when you go. So hey, there's a whole magnitude of I guess, commercial opportunity in defense sector. That's all I'm going to say is, yeah.
The very last sentence on that article that you just had there, this is the first flight is scheduled for the second half of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit of time before they actually do build that or use it.
The other thing is, I think my boy picked up in World War II, you had the, to this day, Oregon, you had these balloons that the Japanese had carried bombs. And here's the thing. Japanese bomb in 45, so near the end of war, at least one bomb killed 6 Americans, right? This was in Oregon. So it was out in May 1945. So the Japanese had sent these bombs, and they exploded, but you don't know about them, and you wouldn't have been taught about this in school because the U.S. military decided to, what do you call it? They decided to keep the story secret because they didn't want to alarm the public. And you also had, of course, bombs in, I think, in northern part of Australia. Balloon bombs. What I also think was, I can't remember. I was wondering if they actually had did they have chemical weapons or anything else in that? And I can't remember if they did it or that was just a rumor, a cover rumor. But yeah, they may have tried with they may have tried with Unit 731, but I can't remember this. But definitely they were there were people killed, and the U.S. decided that it was better to cover it up. Yeah, they call it the Fugo balloon. Are you there? Okay. So if you want to get kind of an idea, it's FU-GO. It was an incendiary balloon. Fusen is balloon in Japanese. So big round balloon, and it was the army that had sent the stuff out.
Well,
yeah,
with that
it's maybe the first
being
time.
said,
Hmm?
I do
Yeah.
have to skip out. It's been a pleasure, Max. Thank you for coming on to the show.
Oh yeah.
But I do have to go.
Everybody check out AmericanShirtsAreFirst.com.
And use discount code Koolfrogg to save 15% on anything in store.
Okay.
Go check it out.
American
Abolish the FBI, abolish the DHS, end the Fed, all that great stuff. You can find it all there at AmericanShirtsAreFirst.com.
Yeah,
Okay.
Deputy Bombers. Okay, thanks. Somebody had put Darwin. Couldn't remember that one.
If you want to check out his own content, check out his Rumble page.
Yes.
America Shirts.
Indeed. Check out the Rumble.
Yes.
I really do need to check out the Shirts Rumble page.
Oh, I'm
feel like there's probably some gold in there.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I shall bid you all adieu. Thank you for
Bye, Shirt.
being here, people in the chat. I'll catch you later.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, America Shirts.
Where's the America Shirts? Where's the
America Shirts are first.com.
America Shirts I look at the Twitter too.
Yes, he does.
No, somebody took America Shirts at America Shirts as a never Trump, so that's not right. Yeah.
Ooh, that's not. That sounds terrible, Rabbit.
Yeah. Okay, so America Shirts 1. Someone took America Shirts, so that's why you go to America Shirts 1.
Yep, I was gonna say here you go. It's America Shirts 1.
Number 1, and yeah, pick your
Twitter links around for people. So,
where's the website? I can't get. Where's Okay, I'm having a hard time finding America Shirts site. Homepage.
I'll help you in a second.
What is it? America Shirts?
America Shirts are first.com.
Our first? Oh.
Yeah.
Shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Shirts are first.com.
America Shirt 1?
No. Okay. I'll throw it down in the private for you.
Oh, okay.
And since I have it tied, there you go. Everybody that's sitting in chat.
Oh,
Go support them, help them out.
I was gonna steal it out of the private chat and throw it in the public chat myself when you said that.
So.
Oh, these are not really good shirts to wear before I go on to flight back to America, you know?
Yes. they're the perfect ones.
Yes.
Yeah, you know.
Wear the America shirts. Yeah.
You come walking off that plane, abolish DHS, abolish CIA, abolish FBI, and the Fed, all that good stuff.
Maybe the Free Canada would be okay, or Free Australia. I just
definitely Free Australia. We got to talk to that. What is his name? Governor DeWine. Yeah, open up those biodomes and let all those Australians and Canadians and New Zealanders out.
There's there's a guy, Friendly Jordies. I've been following him. He's started cast. He had his house firebombed last December or something. Yeah. And so he's who's his name? John Barilaro.
Barilaro. Yeah, Madcore just did a stream on this. Yeah. Was that yesterday? I want to say that was yesterday, but the days are all just running together now. And Australia's not real, so.
Darth has returned back to himself. Awesome.
What is that supposed to mean? Is that like?
I don't know. Thermos is 100% Free Australia.
Oh, my avatar. Yep, John Barilaro, the bros.
So he has I could never get the pronunciation. Indrageta is Calabresian Mafia, and the one that is I think Barbaro Indrina is the Calabria Mafia group that it's funny because it's I think they base themselves in Griffith in New South Wales area. That's where they're kind of pretty strong. And it is kind of funny because there's a few senior members, you know, in that organization with the name Barilaro. Wouldn't be surprised if he's but in his lawsuit against Google, not against Friendly Jordy, he claimed that it was like the comments that Friendly Jordy made, you know, linking him to this organized crime group was racist. And I think Friendly Jordy's is also, I don't know what he did. Did he sticker up at the guy's house with pictures of Mario? And so that was racist.
Yeah, he basically memed the Barilaro brothers into the Super Mario brothers, the Super Barilaro brothers, if you will.
But the Barbaro Endrino, that's pretty. These are the guys who are. I originally thought that group was based more in Melbourne, but really where they have their strength is exactly in the Barilaros area. It's in Griffith in New South Wales. Yeah.
So just real
these
quick,
aren't nice guys.
while we were actually here, because I'm thinking about it, because so it's like there's been people that actually have been watching me over the last week. They've actually watched me transfer from here to the next show. I've done it several different ways. Basically, what I'd like to do is I'm going to actually go shut down Rumble, because Rumble I can't transfer. So I'm going to shut Rumble off. I'm going to reset that up so that way it's tied to the next show, and then we'll transfer from here to there. So stick with us. We're going to continue to talk for a few more minutes, and we'll all push at the same time and end this stream and go right into the next. Sounded like T3 actually just walked in the back room. Yep, she just walked into the back room of the other StreamYard. So that's what we'll do. Is I'll actually get the Rumble side shut off here, set that up, and then we'll go.
Where are you going?
To the next show.
Right to the next show.
We're gonna
Where's that?
stay on the channel. Just
It's on the same channel. It's just it gets transferred because after so many hours, your streams get too long or whatever. You have to actually re-up. So as opposed to going from doing news to doing whatever, we're just going to actually transfer it from here to another, so that way this one stays this and that one's that. So they're just different instances. So what I'm going to do.
Yeah, what Thermo said. After 6 hours, you can't edit your stream. So.
Right, exactly. I want to end this stream on a good note. So,
It's been a good stream.
I'm gonna do this here. If you guys
so we're
are
not gonna
interested,
play
there's that.
Russian
I don't know what you guys are
national
doing, but all of you on that Rumble side, sorry, I'm going to actually shut you down at the moment. Go find that other stream here within the next few moments. You'll see it come
Sorry,
up.
P Beaver, you've been had. Like
I know it's P
time.
Beaver's the main one, but it says that there's 6 people still watching.
Oh,
So
there's a bunch of people
all
watching
6
the
of you
Rumble.
that
That's
are
awesome.
over there, right? All 6 of you that are there. Sorry, we'll be back. We'll be back in a short bit.
You know, I'm one of them, so I forgot I had Rumble side open.
$5.5 billion? Shit. Okay. Everything work?
I just gotta set up the side shit. Rumble's a pain in the butt to actually set up. So
Oh, do I have to click on that StreamYard too?
Do you have
You
to?
want to join us?
Did I?
Only if you want to join us.
Yep.
Right now? Do I click on it now?
If you want to.
Okay.
I mean, I just opened mine up, but we're still live on this show for now, so.
We are still live on this one, so we are here.
Pardon us, chat. We're in the middle of transition.
Yeah, just transferring some things here real quick. We'll be right with you.
Yep, we are definitely.
Oh, testing. Okay, this one. Cool.
Anti Jack said, "Koolfrogg, I'm feeling scared, lost, and stream teased. Hold me." Cloud Illusions has joined us. Good morning, Cloud Illusions. We're just about to carry over to the Wake Up Show, where the Frog and the T3 make everybody laugh hysterically while they try to drink coffee.
Yeah. Okay. So we're
pretty much about it, right?
Thermo says you need some elevator music for putting your people on hold so they know they're on hold.
Yeah.
Like, just some that lovely.
This one is before I got on with Koolfrogg, I showed I'm using a Sennheiser speaker phone.
Yeah.
And previously what I would do is I would just use it for the input mic. And I would use what would I use? Let me just double check. And I would use a separate little wireless earphone just for the output, so I could hear what was going on. But right now, I'm just using it like it's supposed to be, and there's no reverb or echo, or it's fine, right? No,
you sound good.
Okay, because it's so much easier just to be, without even an earphone or headphones or anything like that. It's just a lot easier.
No, I get you, because I wear these earplugs or whatever, and like if I turn my head just right, one of them comes out. I broke one of the other ones, so it's the other one, so I only have the right ear. It's such a pain in the butt. So I mean, if I could get away with doing speakers as well, yeah, I'd totally do that.
And as long as, like, if you're so, because sometimes if you're doing this kind of earphone or headphone free system with the mic, then, but if the mic picks up every effing other thing, if it's then it's also crappy. So I was just trying to figure out, if this works, then continue.
No, it actually does sound good. I think there's only like once or twice through the night that you broke up just a touch.
Oh, that was when I was opening too many windows on my PC, and that was cranking the memory or the Wi-Fi. I don't know, or both. Yeah. But if I yeah, okay, I'll probably keep this. I don't know if I actually produce something. I don't know if this is a high enough quality speaker for actually recording content.
All right, so let's see. That side should be set.
Should I sign into the other one too, or can I do that, or no?
Yeah, you can go over there if you want.
Okay.
Everybody else, the audience, thank you so very much for being here with me. Like I said, I'm going to transfer you here within the next moment. We'll be headed straight over there. Thank you so much.
I'm just listening too. I'm gonna get out of the other one. Hold on.
Don't forget to go down to that description line and subscribe to everybody in that subscription line. Or in that description line, everybody deserves it. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. And here we go. Later, everybody. Thank you.